maybe the others will join us by then. Great, so we'll get started. I'm Senator Ben Chipman. Welcome to the Committee on Taxation. We will begin with introductions, starting with Senator Pouliot.
Hey, good morning. State Senator Matt Pouliot, representing Senate District 15, the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vassalboro.
And Representative Bickford.
Good morning. Hang on. Good morning. I'm State Representative Bruce Bickford. I represent District 63, part of Auburn.
All right, Representative Carmichael. So you're with us.
Yep. Hey, good morning. I'm Representative Mickey Carmichael. I represent District 137, which is 18 communities in Hancock, Penobscot, and Washington counties.
Great. I see Representative Gramlich has joined us.
Thank you, Senator. Pardon me for being a little bit tardy. I was tangled up in another committee. I am Lori Gramlich, and I represent House District 13, which is the lovely seaside community of Old Orchard Beach.
Representative Hanley.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Jeff Hanley of Pittston, District 87. I represent Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
Excellent. Representative Kryzak, I see you're with us.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Ted Kryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Maine, and part of Shapley.
And Representative Matlack.
Good morning. I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
Excellent. Thank you. And Representative Sachs.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Sachs, and I represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell.
Great. And Representative Terry.
Good morning. I'm Representative Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair.
Thank you. And I'm Senator Ben Chipman. I serve as Senate Chair of the Taxation Committee. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of the city of Portland. Also want to introduce Julie Jones, our analyst, who's with us today, as well as Avery Page, our committee clerk. Want to welcome everyone to our first day of public hearings for the Committee on Taxation. We are doing all of this online, working remotely because of the pandemic, and because of that, it's something that's new for some of us and not new for others, but please bear with us if we make any mistakes or have some challenges with technology along the way. We'll do our best to work those things out. So the public hearing is really a chance for the public to let us know what you think about these bills as we ponder over everything and decide what we think the best thing is to do on them. We'll be having public hearings on 3 bills today. We'll be taking testimony from those that support the bill, first by the sponsor introducing the bill and any co-sponsors, then followed by members of the public who want to speak in support of the bill, followed by those who are opposed to the bill, and finally by those who are either for or against the bill. We'd ask everyone to please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less so that we can give everybody a chance to speak and be mindful of everybody's time. So if you get to 3 minutes, we'll ask you to give us a final thought. And by that, we mean another sentence or two to conclude your testimony. We also are receiving testimony in writing as well that can be uploaded online and I believe can be sent to our committee clerk to forward to us. If you'd like to present written testimony, we appreciate that as well. And so I guess we've got a list of folks that signed up to speak. We're going to begin, open up the public hearing on LD 80. I believe the sponsor is Representative Dave McCray. Is Representative McCray with us and ready to introduce the bill?
I just promoted him as a panelist, so we will be able to see and hear him any minute now.
Looks like he's on the screen, but we don't see his video.
Yeah. There we go.
Representative McCray, welcome to the Committee on Taxation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I got video on and I'm unmuted, so here I go. It worked. Yeah, I've been sitting here for 20 minutes thinking, I wonder what's going to go wrong, but nothing did, so that's great. Good morning, everybody. I'm Representative David McCray, and I'm here to introduce LD 80, an act to promote economic development and critical communications for rural family farms, businesses, and residences by strategic public investment in high-speed internet. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and honorable members of the Joint Committee on Taxation. I am Representative David McCray, as I previously said, and I represent House District 148. I live in Fort Fairfield, which is located in central Aroostook County. I am here to introduce the bill aforementioned, and I strongly support it, as you might suspect. As elected officials, we all know how easy it was to state to potential voters when we were campaigning that we support lower taxes, better schools with more adequate state funding, better roads, a more robust economy, more police protection, more job opportunities, bringing high-speed broadband internet to rural areas, and the list goes on. And that poor unsuspecting potential voter may think, now that's the person I want representing me in Augusta. Of the preceding litany of objectives, it seems that the expansion of the broadband internet to rural Maine is perhaps the most beneficial to all of Maine's citizens. I suggest to you that this bill, LD 80, if passed, will certainly expedite the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic economic downturn and add new jobs, thereby improving local economies, even in the more rural areas of our state. Passage of this bill may actually spawn several jobs by attracting businesses that could employ a dozen or so workers within our communities, providing opportunities for 1 or 2 workers in one small rural town, 4 or 5 employment opportunities in a neighboring town, and several in the next. As a result, it is likely that several dozen jobs or more could be created in even our most rural regions of the state. I would like to offer one short anecdote from personal experience on the matter. As some of you know, I used to teach school. I retired after a long career in 2016. At my school, due to dependable high-speed broadband internet at schools, I could post a set of 20 human anatomy and physiology grades into a rather large program used by my school system in about 1 minute. If I were to attempt that task at my residence in a more rural area of our town, Fort Fairfield, that same task would often take me 5 minutes or more before I could upload 1 grade for 1 student. When the weather is more conducive and when school is out for the day or for the summer, one cannot drive by our public library without seeing kids on the steps, as well as adults in their cars lined up in front of our public library, taking advantage of the dependable high-speed internet access available at this location, simply because it is not available at many homes on the more rural roads of our community. Oddly, the educational needs for remote learning have improved online communications for some families on a temporary basis due to the pandemic and our online educational needs. However, these very drastic measures that have been undertaken on a short-term basis and have only highlighted the overall need for broadband expansion. Telemedicine is yet another field that is becoming more and more useful every day. How many of us are referred to the patient portal, an online program used to access our medical records, vital statistics, doctor's instructions, etc. Many patients are monitored from home by their physicians. This can be far more convenient for the patients and more efficient for the physician. This field is bringing great medical care and vital monitoring to thousands who might otherwise be unable to get it. Without high-speed internet access, this will not be possible. Rather than going on with other such examples, I will allow others that I hope are here to testify behind me in support of this bill to tell you of their individual stories and just how important this issue is to them. They will tell us of the promise that this bill holds for their lives and their jobs, as well as the promise passage of this bill has for the overall economy, the medical field, and a multitude of industries. They will also speak to the promise of future businesses yet to come, as well as the overall quality of life for all Mainers, including those in the most remote rural areas. An analogy that I'd like to use comes from the Rural Electrification Act, or REA, of 1936, signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. During that time, vast portions of rural America had not yet even been wired for electricity. As I was campaigning in my first election back in 2016, okay, on a backcountry road in Stockholm, Maine, I met a man who looked to be in his mid to late 70s, who told me that he actually remembered his grandfather hauling poles along his road and helping put them in the ground so that electrical wires could be strung to his farm. At that time, bringing electrical lines to rural farms and homes was too expensive for electric companies to do and still make any money. So public-private alliances were formed. The result of this venture was an explosion of farm productivity all across the United States. All Americans benefited. I suggest to you that bringing high-speed internet to these same areas is the modern-day version of the rural electrification of America. We are at a very similar crossroads today. It is imperative that we take this opportunity to spread as much high-speed internet and broadband access across rural regions of our state as possible. It goes without saying that without high-speed broadband internet in a region, many of today's business ventures will simply stall. Some business owners will be forced to look for another place for their development or expansion, or simply and tragically wither and die. I am sure that we all agree that broadband expansion is an absolute necessity and that we must push the envelope wherever and whenever possible. This bill was passed by the EUT Energy, Utilities and Technology Committee during the 129th legislature and passed to be enacted by the full legislature with a vote of 137-0 vote in the House, but died on the appropriations table when we did not return for our special session in 2020. This is a proposal whose time has definitely come. I strongly urge your support of LD 80, and I thank you for your time and this opportunity to speak in favor of such a critical issue. And on an additional note, I'm sure that the Appropriations Committee will have several proposals having to do with the expansion of broadband. This is one of them. This has an interesting funding proposal that was amended the last time. And it basically came down to the fact back a couple of sessions ago, we passed in the legislature a bill that required online sales to pay sales tax, which was generated obviously by internet sales. So what this proposes, the amendment is already part of this bill now. What this proposes is to take 33% of the online sales tax and dedicate it to Connect Maine to improve broadband internet. I love the synergy of using sales tax dollars generated by internet sales to improve internet across the state. And with that, I'll take a pause.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative McCray. Are there any questions from members of the committee? If so, please raise your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of your screen, and we'll call on everybody in the order that hands are raised as best we can. Are there any questions from members of the committee for the sponsor? Doesn't look like we have any questions. Well, thank you so much, Representative McCray. This sounds like a great bill, and look forward to hearing from others about this and working with you on it. So with that, we'll now take testimony from those in support of the bill. And it looks like we have a couple that have signed up to speak in support. Nick Batista from the Island Institute. Is Nick with us?
I just promoted him to panelist.
Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Batista. Good to introduce yourself and offer your testimony. We appreciate it.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Nick Batista. I'm the Senior Policy Officer at the Island Institute and testifying in support of LD 80, at least in the ideas motivating LD 80, as the bill proposes to provide a more consistent and meaningful state funding for moving broadband forward. The Island Institute's a 37-year-old nonprofit organization based in Rockland, Maine. We work to sustain Maine's island and coastal communities and are committed to a just and resilient and vibrant future for the coast of Maine. We work in partnership with courageous leaders to support resilient communities to confront a changing world. Our Island Institute's community development work focuses on the marine economy, climate and energy pilots, small business, education, and leadership. Broadband's foundational to all of this work, and all Mainers need the ability to use high-speed, reliable internet. The Island Institute participates in statewide broadband discussions in multiple ways, including being part of the Connect Maine Authority Board and the Maine Broadband Coalition. Since 2015, we've supported about 81 island and coastal communities, as well as several communities further inland. And we know that the solutions for our state's broadband challenges focus on statewide efforts. We have a community-driven planning process and help guide communities through various planning processes. Our coastal and island community partners have leveraged $4.6 million in federal and state funding. From all of this work, it's clear that these projects take time to plan, particularly if community funding is being sought as well. The projects don't happen overnight. Many of these are small communities, as you well know, and while Maine has a great internet service provider community, getting to, sorry, I got a competing hearings popping up here. Maine has a great internet service provider community. Getting people connected requires some support from the state. The bill proposes to establish a robust and consistent funding stream for Connect Maine, and consistent funding for broadband can help provide a greater degree of certainty for communities and internet service providers that will be that they'll be able to tap into some state funds. And so if you're looking at a project that's coming in and, you know, if you're trying to put together a project and coming into Connect Maine and it's looking like Connect Maine won't have a lot of money, it's hard to plan that project. If you know Connect Maine has a consistent amount of funding coming up for the next few years, it's much easier to plan that project. So we would just encourage additional funding for broadband. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Batista. Is there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Batista? Not seeing any hands raised. So thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate your participating today. We will now go to Eric Venturini. Is Eric with us?
Just promoted him.
Good morning, Senator Chipman. I'm here, and you nailed the last name. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and esteemed members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Eric Venturini. I'm Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine. Wild Blueberry Commission works on behalf of almost 500 wild blueberry farmers and businesses growing wild blueberries on approximately 38,000 acres across the state. I've prepared testimony and submitted it, but I would prefer to use this time to read the testimony of a grower who has also submitted her testimony but could not be here for this meeting. So with your permission, Chair, I would read her testimony.
Sure, that sounds fine.
It is quite long. I will do my best to get through it all, but we may run out of time. This is the testimony of Lisa Hanscom. She is a grower in Roque Bluffs, but also a commissioner that sits on the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine. Hello, my name is Lisa Hanscom. I would like to extend my thanks to all of you for the opportunity to speak and share both mine and the town of Roque Bluffs story to bring high-speed internet, not only to our farms and businesses, but also to our community members. I'm a farmer and a businesswoman. I co-own and co-manage the 110-year-old Wild Blueberry family farm started by my great-grandparents with my father. On the farm, I also run 2 Airbnb rentals. My father and I spend the winter months planning for our upcoming season. I wanted to take the time to speak to you on the especially important topic of broadband. Our home internet is limited in both up and download speeds, generally less than 7/1 megabits per second. For my business, I use this inadequate internet to advertise our blueberry products, interact with buyers, interact with rental customers, and planning for the upcoming season. I'm unable to increase quantity of my business because of the poor internet speeds. As the former first select woman of Rogue Bluffs, I was well acquainted with the struggles of my residents to access good, reliable internet service. As a select woman, I worked together with other members of the Board of Selectmen and with my community to bring broadband to our entire town. Rogue Bluffs is a small community of 300 people and situated at the end of a peninsula, basically at the end of a road. Consequently, most broadband companies are not interested in serving the entire community. When my internet is slow, and it frequently is, I lost connections with my Airbnb and Blueberry customers. Have I lost those customers? I do not know. But clearly, this quality of communication is not conducive to positive business interactions. I'm not alone. Other Rogue Bluff farmers, fishermen, lobster sellers, and community members are paying exorbitant prices for better connectivity or are struggling to make do with inadequate technology. There have been residents of Rogue Bluffs who had planned to run their businesses out of their homes, but sold those homes and moved out of town because of their slow internet service. In Rogue Bluffs, we have homebound elderly residents who cannot connect over the internet or interact with their doctors or nurses. In Rogue Bluffs, we have elementary, high school, and college students who, or their parents, must drive into Machias to accomplish their online homework. We have older continuing education students who cannot complete their online exams because of the inconsistency of their internet connectivity. The town of Rogue Bluffs began their quest for better broadband before COVID-19 highlighted these problems across our country and showed that small rural communities have typically been left out on the building of modern internet infrastructure. Rural communities are small in population, but generally large in geographical area. For small rural towns, the last mile problem is that a lot of infrastructure needs to be built to adequately serve a small number of customers. This generally means poor expected return on infrastructure investment, so it does not make good business sense for our current internet service providers to make. Once the infrastructure exists, the economics of managing that infrastructure and providing service to customers becomes more attractive. The town of Rogue Bluffs, like many small towns in Washington County, is currently served where it is served at all by a patchwork of inadequate infrastructure. Service is typically slow, much less than 10 megabits per second, and unreliable. It relies on modest upgrades to outdated technologies. No commercial provider has been willing to make the capital investment necessary. The town of Rogue Bluffs in 2018 took matters into their own hands and began working in partnership with Axiom Technologies of Machias and the Island Institute of Rockland. In May 2019, the town passed warrant articles authorizing the installation of a fiber optic network reaching every residence in town. The town will make the infrastructure investment the private sector has been willing to make. It will own the infrastructure and will hire Axiom Technologies to light up the fiber and manage the system under contract. The town voted to fund this investment in its future with tax revenues if necessary, but it also submitted a proposal to the USDA Reconnect pilot program to fund a portion of its construction. Rogue Bluffs was notified at the end of 2019 that it had received the USDA Reconnect grant and a grant from Reconnect Maine. Rogue Bluffs was fortunate in receiving financial and advisory support. We are fortunate in finding an ISP in nearby Machias who specializes in working with underserved communities. We're fortunate in having residents that can write grants. I'm summarizing a bit here. Rogue Bluffs was fortunate in having a hardworking board of selectmen. They were fortunate in receiving the USDA grants. They were fortunate in having all these pieces fall into place. There are many rural communities in the state of Maine lacking meaningful broadband, and they should not need luck to bring a necessary utility to their residents, farmers, and businesses. COVID-19 has shown that modern internet is a necessity and no longer a luxury. I'll stop there. I know I'm over time. There's a lot more. I encourage you to read the testimony, and thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you, Mr. Venturini. Is there any questions for members of the committee? Representative Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Venturini. I appreciate you reading from one of your members. That's very helpful. Can you tell me the name of her business again? I'm very sorry I missed that in the beginning.
I should know the name of her business. She's in Rogue Bluffs. I don't know the name of the business off the top of my head. Forgive me.
Okay, that's totally okay. Thank you very much.
Are there any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. Looks like we don't have any others to speak in support of the bill. So now we'll take testimony from those opposed to the bill, which we have Dr. Allen listed. So is Dr. Allen with us? Would you like to offer your testimony?
Thank you. Good morning. So Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee, Good morning. My name is Michael Allen. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And I'm here today at the request of the administration to testify against LD 80. LD 80 proposes to address the need to fund broadband expansion in unserved and underserved areas of the state by transferring 33% of the sales and use tax revenue collected from marketplace facilitators with respect to marketplace facilitated sales to the Connect Maine Authority on a monthly basis beginning June 1st, 2021. This is a significant amount of revenue to be dedicated to a specific fund. If additional funding of broadband development is a priority, it's recommended it be done through the biennial budget process rather than through a dedicated or narrow source of sales tax revenue. A preliminary fiscal estimate shows this bill would result in transfers of approximately $15 to $20 million per year, beginning in fiscal year 2022. LD 80 also seems to transfer only the sales and use tax revenue collected by marketplace facilitators from sales facilitated on behalf of marketplace sellers and does not appear to include the sales tax collected from direct sales made by the marketplace facilitator on their own marketplace sales. If the intent of the bill is to transfer only the facilitated sales tax revenues, Maine Revenue Services would need to update its filing requirements for marketplace facilitators to ensure their direct sales are reported separately from their facilitated sales. This additional requirement may impose a challenging and burdensome filing obligation on some marketplace facilitators. The administration looks forward to working with the committee on this bill. I and representatives from Maine Revenue Services will be available at the work session to provide additional information and respond in detail to the committee's questions. Be happy to respond to any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Allen? I'm not seeing any hands. So thank you for your testimony. Oh,
Rep Gramlich and Rep Kryzak both have their hands up.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see that. Representative Kryzak, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Allen. Dr. Allen, this 1.9 trillion that's being debated in Congress has provisions for broadband. Do we have any idea how much money Maine would get for extending broadband?
I don't have that information, but I can certainly ask around in DAFs to see if anybody has any information on that.
So if you could get it for our work session, that'd be great. Thank you.
And we have a question from Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Dr. Allen. You had identified that in the event that we were going to do any funding for broadband, that it's the administration's position that it should be part of the biennial budget. And I'll be honest, I haven't had an opportunity to go line item through line item in the budget. Can you let us know if that's the intent of the administration to have any funding for broadband in the budget?
Again, I'll talk to the commissioner and see what's in the budget that's dedicated towards broadband. Yes.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that for the work session. Thank you very much.
Are there any additional questions from members of the committee? Representative Sachs.
Thank you. And so I heard the sponsor today. Thank you, Representative McCray, for your testimony today about the sponsoring. It sounded like your intent was to only do 33% of online sales, although it sounds like from Dr. Allen that it's far more encompassing of that. Can either one of you clarify that? Is it all marketplace facilitators or just those that are online, directed to online sales?
It's my understanding from the group that helped me with the amendment that it was aimed at online sales. Okay. The sales tax that we instituted back, I think probably in the 128th, but it might have been early in the 129th, the sales tax that was aimed at internet sales. Okay. And the fiscal note that I got when it was sent to the appropriations table, it was my understanding that it was $7.1 million. So I think it was addressed from a lesser point of view than Dr. Allen is speaking of.
Okay, and so Dr. Allen, in your view, and looking at this current bill as proposed, it's more expansive than just online sales?
I would say it's narrower than online sales. So the bill is focusing in on just marketplace facilitator sales, and marketplace facilitators. That bill passed in the first regular session of the 129th legislature, and marketplace facilitators became required to collect Maine sales tax beginning in October of 2019. But again, marketplace facilitators are one portion of remote sales. There are certainly remote sellers that sell their products or services directly into the state of Maine. They don't go through a marketplace facilitator. And this bill wouldn't apply to them as currently written.
Okay, thank you.
We have a question from Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of a general question. I've had to move to my garage to get closer to the router because I'm having my own internet troubles here, and I can't look at the bill and do this at the same time. And so I get what the bill's trying to do, and I appreciate at the end the explanation on where the revenue is going to come from. But we had a bond issue paid for in the last balanced budget we passed that got voted down, the bond. What does this do other than the funding source? Does this do, because I remember the bond issue, does this do something different than what was in the bond issue? Is it just a different way to pay for it?
Is that question directed at?
Well, I thought maybe the sponsor or,
Yes.
Because I just can't read the bill right now, so I'm having a little bit of a struggle.
May I address that, Mr. Chair? Sure. It's my understanding that bonds, they're sold to investors, and investors want some way, should it fail, to recoup their investment. And so bonds generally are going for infrastructure, something tangible, like a building or lines or whatever. Whereas Connect Maine is more of a once the infrastructure is there, providing the services to bring the internet to the various areas. Now, I'm no big expert on this kind of stuff. I don't even pretend to be, but that's my understanding of bonds versus funds from Connect Maine.
So, I mean, on the front page of the Bangor Daily, front page above the fold, it says this is becoming a issue of life and death. So I commend you for your efforts. I think, I mean, when we toured the blueberry industry last year down east on the bus tour, that was the number one thing Wyman's told us was they need broadband down there. So hopefully we can find a way to get this done. Thank you.
I've always liked BDN, but I like them even better today.
Any additional questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now move to testimony in opposition from Nick Murray with the Maine Policy Institute.
Good afternoon, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Taxation. My name is Nick Murray. I serve as policy analyst with Maine Policy Institute. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit based in Portland that advocates for individual liberty and economic freedom in Maine. So thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to LD 80. Over the first 13 years of its existence, Connect Maine spent an average of about 1 million Maine taxpayer dollars per year. Beginning in fiscal year 2019, its funding grew significantly when the legislature added a 10-cent per landline from E911 service fees to its books. Just this past July, voters approved another $15 million bond that we discuss. But significant questions still remain regarding the overall effectiveness of broadband subsidization. In Connect Maine's 2020 Broadband Action Plan, they refer to the lack of adequate broadband service in rural Maine as a, quote, persistent market failure. But this so-called market failure persists because Connect Maine itself contributes to the crowding out effect of internet service, by throwing taxpayer dollars at miles and miles of costly fiber optic cable for minimal additional customers served. It distorts the market in favor of subsidized service providers, driving potential competitors away. This ultimately hurts consumers and taxpayers. New technologies in internet service like small cells, TV white space, and satellites are advancing daily. Maine should provide a friendly environment for technology companies to thrive first before chalking up inadequate service to market failure. To contrast this with how we view our infrastructure, a recent report by TripNet found 43% of Maine's roads are in poor or mediocre condition, and 13% of our state's bridges are structurally deficient. This is basic public infrastructure and by any measure is in need of substantial repair. The Maine Department of Transportation, through its Highway Corridor Priority System, uses specific criteria for grading roads and triaging maintenance projects. In order to ensure the best use of taxpayer funds, Connect Maine should adopt a similar method of identifying needs versus wants. While we believe that it is better to properly budget funds, as Dr. Allen suggested, instead of bonding for proposals like broadband development, we believe that more study is needed to determine the efficiency and effectiveness of Connect Maine's current funding level before providing it in additional tax revenue. Dr. Allen said that it could double its recent growth with another 15 to 20 million. So decisions to expand broadband to not yet feasible markets shift those precious tax dollars away from critical infrastructure priorities like roads and bridges that Maine needs now. This committee should demand appropriate metrics from the agency to judge its work, such as dollars per household connected, in order to understand if increased funding has led to better outcomes in the delivery of internet service. Until then, Maine taxpayers should not have to bear additional costs of this initiative. Please vote not to pass on LD 80. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony and offering your perspective. Much appreciated. We don't have anybody else signed up to speak against the bill, so we'll now go to testimony from those who are neither for nor against, and we will begin with Curtis Picard from the Retail Association of Maine.
Not seeing him.
Okay, well, we can come back to him if he's not with us at this time. Is Peggy Schaefer with us from Connect Maine?
Yep.
Welcome, Ms. Schaefer. Peggy, are you with us?
Good morning. Sorry, I had several maps open on my computer and suddenly realized that that was probably dragging my service down, and I probably needed to shut them off so I could get video. My name is Peggy Schaefer. I'm the director of the Connect Maine Authority. We are here actually to testify neither for nor against and answer questions that you might have. I think we deeply appreciate Representative McCray's continued advocacy for his constituents and understanding the importance of broadband to the Maine economy. But we have to be opposed to this bill simply because of the funding source. It is money that was already budgeted last year and would create a significant hole in the budget. And while we deeply appreciate his efforts to bring better service to people in Maine, at this point, we don't think this is the right to do that. And I would be happy to answer any questions about our current funding or our current strategy. If you have them, we've been working diligently over the past year to get to open up the applications for this first $15 million of funding. Our broadband action plan notes that we estimate the need to be more like 600 million to bring broadband to about 95% of Mainers. So this first chunk of funding is important, but it's not sufficient to really meet all the needs that we know are out there, because we hear from people every single day. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions, Representative Terry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for talking to us today. Our last testimony suggested that Connect Maine may not have the proper metrics for determining need versus want. And I wonder if you can speak to that.
So here's what I would say. Broadband is the communication tool. Communication is the backbone of the 21st century economy. And broadband is the tool that brings that communication, economic tool, to everyone in the state. And so I am not sure what need versus want is exactly, right? So we currently have kids across the state who cannot upload homework. They can't do Zoom calls. We have people who can't do telemedicine visits. All of this has been exacerbated by the pandemic, but it's really just brought to light what we already knew about our connectivity, which is that upload really matters, which means you need a faster, higher quality connection than the old DSL that most of our networks are built on. I mean, that copper network is probably 30 or 40 years old and degrades over time. And it's simply inadequate to meet the needs of today's economy and today's need for broadband. I get emails every day from people across the state who live in very rural areas, and it isn't that they want broadband. They need it to work. They need it to communicate with their doctor. Their kids need it to get to school. It's really an equity issue. I find often that people who have broadband are making decisions for the people who don't have it. And that's really not, it's not a position to be in. I mean, I think if anybody has spent any time without broadband, I know some of you don't have great connections, you know that how important this connection is. And it's an educational piece, it's an economic piece, but it's also a civic piece and a community piece. People need to be connected to each other, and this is the tool that does that.
Thank you.
We have a question from Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Schaefer. So speaking, you said you have a roadmap for funding. If you could explain that, if we just passed a $15 million bond in July, however, the unmet need is, or the projected need is 600 million, can you help for the committee and public to understand what would be the preferred plan for that funding?
So how Connect Maine operates, simply because there's a couple pieces. A couple years ago, we put in place these community planning activities, which are not, I mean, it's not a lot of money, right? It's under 100 grand a year, but it really helps communities sort of pull their stuff together to figure out what it is they need for broadband, where they currently have it, and to begin conversations with telecommunications provider. Telecommunications provider aren't going to come and serve areas where there is no return on investment, right? And so part of what a community plan does is it sort of brings people together to build up what we call take rate, which is how many people take the service. And obviously, when you're coming into a community, if you're looking at a 30% take rate, you have a certain return on investment. But if you can up that to a 50% take rate, that gives you a much more revenue that you can think about coming into a community. And so to some extent, that's what a community planning grant does, is it brings the community together. I call it like duct tape, right? So that there's something that the broadband provider can actually latch onto to figure out whether there is enough interest in that community for them to actually expand service there. Those conversations also create synergy around whether there should be potentially some community engagement in that funding, whether the community wants to kick in some money, or whether they want to come in for a grant through us, or all of those things, because really it takes all of those things to make these projects work. It's a big piece of how we're trying to figure this out, is how the communities are engaged in this activity. So that's like the beginning start of our roadmap, is starting with this community engagement plan where there's action, where there's interest. But there's lots of areas in the state. These community plans take some effort, right, on the part of the community. So there's lots of areas in the state where these things would just get going, but you still need connectivity. And so our plan is based on sort of two pieces. One, the community planning piece, and then the other is what I refer to as the small dark holes, which are essentially a provider interested in extending the line to, another 15 or 20 or 100 people off their existing line. Also, because of the distance and density really matter in this. Because of this distance, that becomes an expensive piece, and there usually is not enough density to pay for that. So they come in and we provide sort of the gap between what the revenue is going to be, what the company's willing to put in for capital investment, and then there's a little hole, and we usually fill that hole.
Are there any additional questions from members of the committee?
I do have one comment for Joe Perry. You need to get a Google Mesh system for your house. They're not that expensive. It really expands your Wi-Fi activity. You could get better service in your garage.
Excellent. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schaefer. Good to see you. It's been a while. And so I guess at this point we will see if Curtis Picard is with us. Do you know if Curtis is joining us, Avery? Have you seen anything from him?
I reached out to him via email. I haven't heard back, and I'm not seeing him in the attendees list.
Okay. So I guess that concludes everybody we had signed up for testimony on this bill. In regards to Mr. Picard, perhaps he could come back for the work session if he has something he would like to add at that time, since he wasn't able to join us now. It would be great to hear his perspective and the Retail Association of Maine's thoughts on this. So we'll now conclude the public hearing on LD 80. We will open up the public hearing for LD 86, which I believe is also sponsored by Representative McCray. Is Representative McCray still with us to introduce LD 86?
Okay, we're good. We're good to go.
Yep, go for it.
Okay, very good. This one's a little more brief testimony. I am still David McCray. I'm still from Fort Fairfield, which is still in Aroostook County, and it's still part of District 148. And I'm here to introduce LD 86, an act to make sales to area agencies on aging tax exempt. Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. I have lived my life in this great little town, and I'm here to introduce LD 86. This is a simple and straightforward bill. If it sounds familiar to those of you who were members of this committee in the 129th legislature, it is because I presented the very same bill in the 129th. This committee reported it out as ought to pass then, and I feel certain that it would have been in effect at this time, except for the fact that it died, as my previous bill died, on the appropriations table without enactment due to our adjourning early in March of 2020. Maine's various area agencies on aging are nonprofit organizations that provide vital services to our aging population. Currently, however, the only tax exemption they have is for meals that they purchase from a provider, much like the rest of us. This bill will expand their sales tax exemption for all items that they purchase. I know that the Aroostook area on agency testimony, which I expect is coming after mine, will address that with a pretty obvious example. So anyway, we'll expand all their sales tax exemption to all items that they purchase. If the legislature allows these area agencies on aging a sales tax exemption, it will result in more funding for the services that they provide for their clients. As I recall, the fiscal note last time that this committee voted ought to pass on this proposal was between $28,000 and $30,000, which is $30,000 is nothing to be sneezed at, but it's not much when you consider some of the bills that we have seen. It is my understanding that this money will be put to a very worthy cause, the Meals on Wheels program. The work of this organization is needed now more than it ever has in the past. I wish to point out that services provided by area agencies on aging saves the state of Maine many dollars, many-fold over, by helping our elderly citizens age in place. I thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. I trust that there are folks here to testify for this bill that will be far more knowledgeable than I, and I certainly will be here for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McCray. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up on the list is Jess Maurer from the Maine Council on Aging.
Just promoted her to panelist.
Thanks, Avery.
Well, that took me a while to come over.
Take your time, Jess. Thank you for coming.
So hello, greetings, Senator Chipman and Representative Terry and members of the Taxation Committee. My name is Jess Maurer. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Council on Aging, and we are a broad multidisciplinary network of more than 100 organizations, municipalities, businesses, and older people who are working together to make sure we can all live healthy, engaged, secure lives as we age in our homes and communities. And we're really excited to be here today to support LD 86. And we've got, I think, a couple of executive directors or CEOs from Maine's area agencies on aging to testify after me. So they will probably provide some more detail, but I actually wanted to just provide context for this bill. So the Older Americans Act was passed in 1965, and it was really created to keep older people, as you just heard from Representative McCray, living in healthy, good lives in their homes and communities, and really keeping them out of the hospital and facility-based care. And so they created a whole bunch of services that were intended to be delivered by area agencies on aging, another creation of the Older Americans Act. Maine has 5 area agencies on aging, and collectively they serve the needs of over 370,000 Mainers who are over the age of 60, plus their family caregivers and other support systems. And they do things, and by the way, they're your best friend if you have constituent needs, because they literally can answer any question about aging and connect your constituents to the resources they need in your communities. So I just want to talk very briefly about the way that the area agencies are funded. They are predominantly funded through federal funding, but they also are required, there's a required state match, so there are general fund dollars that come into funding for the area agencies on aging. And then they raise money, and they do that through grants and foundations, but also just through individual contributions. It's really important that everybody understand they cannot charge for their services. It's an actual prohibition. So they can't make money by providing these services, and in fact are supposed to be essentially conflict free, so that as they're making referrals, people can trust that these are good referrals that are coming their way. And so essentially, this is the long and the short of the argument that I'll make. The first 2 exemptions, sales tax exemptions in our statute, Title 36, Section 1760, are the state and federal government. And literally nearly all the services that the area agencies on aging provide are funded through state and federal dollars. And so it only makes sense that this exemption that runs to the state and federal government should also run to an organization that is essentially created and operated solely to carry out federal and state mandates in relation to free public services. I'll point out that home health care agencies, hospice agencies, and other similar providers like community action programs are already tax exempt from sales tax exempt. And again, that the AAAs are delivering similar services and should also be tax exempt. As you also heard from Representative McCray, and I think I will just underscore and leave my testimony as it is, every dollar we're taking out of the services so that they can provide sales tax is a dollar that isn't going to serve older people. With COVID in particular, we have seen more than double a demand for Meals on Wheels. Certainly the federal funding that has come in has managed to stem the tide and make it so that the area agencies on aging are able to meet that demand currently. Unfortunately, what we have found, and we knew we would in the pandemic, is that about 2/3 of the new Meals on Wheels meals recipients that have come in actually qualify for the program. And so we're already seeing one area agency on aging that has wait lists starting to develop. We expect we'll see more, particularly as the money dries up. And it means that we're going to be talking, having a very difficult conversation during this legislative session about whether we're actually tell people who qualify for a life-saving program that keeps them living in their community. We tell them that they can't have the meals they're already getting. And so quite literally every dollar that we can make sure that comes into the area agencies on aging is spent on direct service, we should be doing that. We are going to be asking for increased funding for Meals on Wheels. So again, I'll just say it doesn't make any sense for the AAAs to be paying sales tax at the same time that we're asking for general fund funding for them. And thank you very much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maurer. Does anyone have any questions for Jess Maurer? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Jess. Next on the list is Joy Barisi Saucier.
Just promoted her to panelist.
Thanks, Avery.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee and bill sponsor, Representative McCray. My name is Joy Baresi Saucier. I'm from Presque Isle, Maine, and I offer testimony in support of LD 86 in my role as Executive Director of the Aroostook Agency on Aging, as well as my role as President of the Maine Association of Agency on Aging. As we age, we want to make our own decisions and we want to live independently. We know that when we age in our home communities, we contribute our knowledge and talent to make our community stronger. The Aroostook Agency on Aging was incorporated in 1973 through the Older Americans Act with the mission of improving the quality of life, maximizing the independence, and promoting the well-being of older people in Northern Maine. The agency is a 501c3 charitable corporation, primarily funded through federal and state contracts, as just mentioned. And the agency is one of 5 agencies on Maine, and we're all designated by the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Aging and Disability Services. The impact of the many programs our agency provides in Aroostook County is truly incredible. In the last fiscal year, the agency provided approximately 77,000 home delivered meals, distributed over 1,500 community food boxes on a monthly basis to older people, provided 86,000 hours of personal care services, and responded to 12,000 requests for information and assistance. We also act as a senior core site where we matched 472 volunteers with opportunities to support their community. Through the pandemic, our agency has seen significant growth in services, as just mentioned. Last year at this time, we were providing about 4,500 home delivered meals per month. In April of last year, that number grew to over 9,000 meals per month. And we've seen a steady increase since then with the recent surge in COVID in Aroostook County. The agency has also seen an increase in calls for information assistance, especially in most recent weeks with the rollout of the COVID vaccinations. Last week alone, we received 474 requests from those over the age of 70 for help with getting enrolled for their vaccine. And that has been an amazing situation that we've had here in Aroostook County in responding to those requests. Currently, Maine agencies on aging, as just said, are only sales tax exempt for food purchases. And as she said, most other agencies in Maine serving older people are state sales tax exempt. And we believe, again, as she said, that this should apply to agencies on aging, and that will allow us to continue to expand to provide the services needed. On an annual basis, the Agency on Aging, we are the smallest agency on aging in Maine, just as a note as well. And even though we are the smallest, we still spend about $50,000 on materials and supplies each year, and another $10,000 to $50,000 on capital purchases such as IT equipment, vehicles, freezers, to ensure the continued delivery of all of our direct services. So for every $10,000 we would spend, again, that's $550 in taxes, we could easily spend $5,000 to $6,000 a year on these type of taxes. It doesn't seem like a lot of money, but when you equate that to service, that could be 800 home delivered meals, or that could be 600 responses to requests for information assistance. Every dollar truly matters to us. So when this impact in our small agency is combined with that of the other 4 agencies on aging in Maine, one can see how these funds throughout the entire state, allowing older adults to remain living independently and contributing to their home communities. We appreciate your consideration of this opportunity to improve services to older adults of the great state of Maine. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have one other person on our list, Betsy Sawyer Manter. I didn't see her on the panelist list though, Avery.
Not seeing her as an attendee right now.
Okay, well, perhaps we can hear from Dr. Allen next, who is presenting testimony neither for nor against, and we'll come back and see if Ms. Sawyer Manter has joined us. Dr. Allen?
Thank you, Representative Terry. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and members of the Taxation Committee, good morning again. My name is Michael Allen, and I'm here to testify at the request of the administration, neither for nor against LD 86. The bill would expand an exemption from sales tax already provided to incorporated nonprofit area agencies on aging that have been designated as such by the Department of Health and Human Services. Currently, such agencies are able to purchase meals for certain entities tax exempt for the purposes of providing those meals to the elderly, but purchases of items used indirectly in their exempt mission are taxable. This exemption, if enacted, would be the 107th exemption from sales and use tax in our laws and the 7th exemption for a nonprofit agency enacted in the past 5 years. As a contrasting approach and reference point for the committee's consideration, it should be noted that according to our research last year, out of 45 sales tax states and Washington, D.C., 33, including all the other New England sales tax states, have a broad-based nonprofit exemption. The administration looks forward to working with the committee on this bill. Myself and representatives from MRS will be available at the work session to provide additional information and respond in detail to the committee's questions. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Looks like Representative Sachs has a question.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Allen. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, Dr. Allen, of the inclusion of that statistic of 33 states, including all those New England ones. I read that earlier today in your written testimony as well. What was the purpose of including that? Was it just as point of reference that some states, as opposed to carve-outs, do a broad-based all nonprofits, or just wondered about that?
Yes, it's just to point out that, the legislature every session faces 3 to 5 bills similar to this that are very targeted towards certain nonprofits. whereas other states have just taken the general approach of providing a sales tax exemption for purchases by nonprofits in general. It's just sort of an equity issue of, we're just kind of doing it piecemeal rather than just providing a broad nonprofit exemption.
Has the administration, sir, if I may have a follow-up question, Madam Chair, sorry. Has the administration taken a position on such a broad-based exemption for nonprofits?
I think the administration would be happy to work with the committee if that's a road the committee would be, interested in going down. But as far as this bill goes, we're happy to help you enact this one particular one.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Representative Gramlich.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Sachs actually asked my question, which was the broad-based exemption, and I was curious as well as whether or not the administration was going to pursue that. I understand and respect that it's a challenge when various nonprofit organizations are coming to request various exemptions. So I'd be really interested in having a more robust conversation about doing something more broad-based in terms of exemptions for nonprofits who really are running on a shoestring and are doing really yeoman's work in terms of providing services, particularly this particular service, making sure that our older adults have food under the advent of this pandemic and wide food insecurity throughout the state. So I appreciate having that conversation, Dr. Allen.
Representative Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be curious if there's been any consideration to what a fiscal note on just a broad-based. That would be curious to see the numbers if we just exempted all nonprofits.
Perhaps Dr. Allen could bring that at our work session.
We will have that for you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Representative Sachs, just making sure you don't have a second question. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Dr. Allen? Seeing none, and I am seeing that Ms. Sawyer-Manter has not joined us. Is that correct, Avery? Yep.
I emailed her. I have not heard from her.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a couple more pieces of written testimony that came to our emails. I see why we're not printing often. This is a challenge, trying to keep up with all the printing. So I recommend everybody taking a look at all of those when you get a second. Okay, then this public hearing is closed on LD 86.
Thank you.
We will start. Thank you, Representative McCray, for bringing these two bills to us. Next up is LD 140. An act to assist certain businesses in the state that sell prepared food and alcohol. Let's see. I lost my list. Sorry, guys.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Kryzak, sorry, yes.
I'm here to present.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. I just saw that. Sorry, I lost my little sheet there. All right, presenting LD 140 is Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Ted Kryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley. I'm here this morning to read Representative Dillingham's testimony. Good morning, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. My name is not Representative Kathleen Dillingham, and I represent House District 72, which is comprised of the towns of Mechanic Falls, Otisfield, and Oxford. I am virtually before you today to present LD 140, an act to assist certain businesses in the state that sell prepared food or alcohol. Nearly 1 year ago, Governor Mills issued the first proclamation of state of civil emergency in response to the emerging COVID-19 threat. Since then, businesses in the state of Maine and across the country, and the people who rely on those businesses for their livelihoods have struggled. State and federal governments have taken action to reduce the negative impact, but the fact remains that even with ongoing support, many are having to do more with less. LD 140 would allow licensed establishments to retain 1/8 of the sales tax collected on prepared foods and liquor to help cover administrative expenses. The businesses would pay to the state the remaining amount in the same manner as under existing law. These items are subject to 8% sales tax, and the ability to retain a small amount of the tax they collect would provide direct relief to employers. While as written, the bill encompasses a variety of establishments, large and small, for retaining tax on prepared food. The intention of the bill is to provide relief to small businesses most impacted by the prolonged pandemic and who have had difficulty securing aid through existing channels. I would be open to seeing the language of the bill amended to more carefully target these businesses after the committee has received input from business community and other stakeholders. I thank you for your time and consideration. I am available to answer any questions and work with you to help provide relief to the people of Maine. And I ask you hold any questions for the people behind me or for Representative Dillingham on the work session. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Representative Krizak. And I understand correctly that Representative Dillingham will be able to join us for the work session.
She will. She had a prior commitment today that could not be changed.
Yeah, we're sorry about that as well. Okay, any questions? Well, do we have any questions for Representative Krizak? Probably not, though.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, a proponent for the bill is Nick Murray from the Maine Policy Institute.
Hello. Thank you, Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of Taxation. I appreciate the time today to speak in favor of LD 140. My name is Nick Murray, Policy Analyst with Maine Policy Institute. As you know, Maine's economy has taken a serious hit over the last year, with much of the burden falling on Maine's service and hospitality sectors. Known broadly as the tourism industry, it supports nearly 1 in 6 Maine jobs and provides $2.5 billion in direct household income every year, according to the Office of Tourism. Our state is more dependent on tourism than New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, accounting for nearly 10% of Maine's total economic output. Bureau of Economic Analysis data show Mainers who are supported by an arts, entertainment, recreation, accommodation, or food service business lost 17.5% of personal income between the first quarter and the third quarter of 2020. Maine leisure and hospitality businesses make up 40% of the nearly 50,000 jobs lost since February 2020. The sad thing is most of these losses are permanent. These enterprises are not like construction and retail, where they might be able to make up for a slow season with increased productivity over the rest of the year. After all, how can a hotel backfill a room from a summer season which has come and gone? Providing prepared food and liquor sellers relief of just 1% in sales tax is a great first step to meeting these struggling job creators where they are. The last thing the state of Maine should do is raise costs on employers, as it could hold back workers and consumers from sustainable prosperity. This is the time to rein in potentially overburdensome policy and return those gains directly to the people. There is no substitute for a strong economy. Attempting to fix a recession by increasing state spending is equivalent to putting the cart before the horse. The state can aid workers, entrepreneurs, and consumers alike by lowering the fixed costs of taxation, empowering the people to pull the state out of its current economic malaise. Please vote ought to pass on LD 140. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Does anyone have any questions? Representative Matlack.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Murray, in the testimony that Mr. Krizak presented on behalf of Representative Dillingham, he it was mentioned that there would be a focus on small businesses. Do you have an idea of how we might be able to focus on small businesses?
Well, I think this tax reform would help everyone. I'm not sure it's necessary to focus it on a particular size of a business because they've all been hurt immensely. As we know, 99% of Maine businesses are small businesses. So I think any reform is going to help mostly small businesses. So I would caution against those sorts of carve outs. Provide this benefit to everyone. It will help consumers and it will help those business owners and workers.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Do you have a definition of small business? You mentioned most businesses in the state of Maine were small businesses. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, I believe it's under 500 employees is classified as small business by the federal government. So I think it's 99.2% of Maine businesses are small businesses. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that's where my research came from with analyzing the losses and all that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, next up on the list is Dr. Allen. I believe neither, who is testifying neither for nor against. Is that correct, Dr. Allen?
Testifying against.
Against, thank you. So sorry, I didn't get everything printed.
Thank you. Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, members of the Taxation Committee. Good morning again. My name is Michael Allen. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy and DAFs. And I'm here today at the request of the administration to testify against LD 140. MRS has many concerns with this bill, ranging from matters of equity and questions of intended scope to technical language and administrative issues. LD 140 permits retailers that sell prepared food or liquor that are taxable at 8% under the sales tax law to retain a collection allowance of 1/8 of the sales taxes collected on those sales to be used to cover administrative expenses. 1/8 is equivalent to a 12.5% allowance. The preliminary revenue impact estimates an annual revenue loss of approximately $30 million. At the outset, it's important to note the nature of sales tax and the collection duty of retailers. Sales tax is a levy on the consumer of the product or service being sold and is collected by the retailer from the purchaser and held in trust by the retailer until the retailer files their sales tax return and remits the tax amount to the state. There is some question about the intended scope of the present bill. It appears to reach the restaurant and bar industries as the intended recipients of the collection allowance, which should be noted are two industries that have suffered significant economic hardship over the past 12 months. As drafted, the bill would also provide the allowance to other retailers who sell prepared food, including grocery stores, bakeries, donut shops, and ice cream stands. The collection allowance would also apply to sales of medical marijuana edibles, which fall under the definition of prepared food. Sales of meals in hospital cafeterias and certain marketplace facilitators like food delivery service apps who deliver the food prepared by a local restaurant but collect the taxes on that transaction and remit them to the state. Additionally, the bill's effective date is January 1st, 2022, which doesn't provide any immediate relief for restaurants currently struggling with the pandemic-related economy. Also, the bill does not provide a sunset date, meaning retailers could continue to take this allowance well past any time of harm caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. 29 states allow taxpayers to take a prompt payment discount, similar to a collection allowance, but only able to be taken when the sales tax return is filed and paid timely. In 21 of those states, the discount amount is 2% or less. The largest discount allowed is by New York State at 5%, but New York's law also has a quarterly maximum limit of $200. Past Maine legislation proposals to provide a collection allowance to retailers had a much smaller allowable percentage and would have been available to all retailers, not just one industry. It should be noted that those proposals were part of a comprehensive tax reform proposals that raised sales tax rates and extended the sales tax base to currently excluded services. MRS has additional technical concerns with the language in the bill that we can provide in detail at the work session. Administration looks forward to working with the committee on the bill, and we will have representatives from MRS available at the work session to provide additional information and respond in detail to the committee's questions. I'd be happy to take any questions you may have now.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else here to testify for LD 140? It looks like we have nothing else. Is that correct, Avery?
Yeah, not seeing anyone else, and I just checked my email and looks like we're all set.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks for double checking that too. Okay, so this closes the hearing on LD 140. I believe a work session is scheduled for all three of these bills a week from Thursday. Does that sound right, Julie? Yep.
The 18th.
The 18th, excellent. Last thing we have on our agenda today is to finish up our discussion on what AFA presented to us on the 25th, I believe, of January. I need a minute. I'm wondering if we can put our work on hold for a little bit so everybody can go stretch their legs, get a cup of coffee, maybe a bite to eat, and maybe meet back here at 11:30. Does that sound okay with everyone? Yeah? Representative Kryzak, is that okay with you? Senator Daughtry's already stretching.
If that's what everybody needs, that's fine with me.
Okay, terrific. Representative Perry, did you have a question? Are you good? Or were you just also stretching virtually?
No, I was trying to vote yes in favor.
All right, terrific. And Julie, if I'm not mistaken, you have to step out for a little while, but will that give you enough time to get a couple things done, or will we see Suzanne on our return?
No, my need is to leave by probably 12:30 or 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how long you'll take, but I'll be here at 11:30.
I'd like to be done much faster than that. All right, terrific. So Avery, will we keep the link up? Is that how that'll work? And we'll all jump back in
Yeah, sure.
30 minutes or so? Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. We'll see you all in at 11:30. Great.
Avery, I sent those things that Mike Allen sent to the committee. You were on the email too. So I just forwarded to committee members.
Got it. Thank you.
Do we happen to be on legislative time today?
They're going to be back in a few minutes.
A few minutes, like maybe at 11:30 or so?
Hey, Julie,
Yes.
do you know who we're waiting on?
Other committee members?
Well, I know that, but
I don't know anything. Did you see the email that I sent out? The press release from the governor this morning about her new proposal on PPP with a $1 million exemption.
yeah,
And Mike Allen sent an email, which I forwarded to you about 10 or 15 minutes ago with some materials that support that proposal, I guess. Other than that, I have no information about who is doing what with whom, where, or when.
okay, thanks. Yeah, I got those emails. I was just trying to figure out what was going on here, so thanks.
Representative Terry appears to be here now. Perhaps she can help.
I'm here. It's very choppy. My internet connection is unstable, if that is helpful at all. That's pretty much my everyday life, though.
Other members appear to be joining as well.
Representative Terry,
Hello, Representative Bickford.
how are you?
Excellent. And yourself?
I'm wonderful. I just have a kind of a snarky question, and that is, as committee chairs, why aren't you more prepared today so that we don't have a 45-minute delay?
I don't have an answer for that, Representative Bickford, but thank you for
Okay.
asking.
Yeah, Representative Bickford, I'd just like to add that a few of us needed some time to discuss a very important proposal that we're picking up and probably going to be voting on today. And that's not uncommon for committee members to have those kind of discussions before coming in and discussing and voting on things. So I hope that answers your question.
And you couldn't do that before 11 o'clock today?
We had public hearings before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you couldn't do that before 9:30 this morning?
Look, Mr. Representative, with all due respect, we don't need members to be questioned. That's not appropriate. So I think we're going to come back into session as the Committee on Taxation. I would like to, there's a couple members that I don't think got to introduce themselves earlier. I believe Representative Collins was one, if you'd like to introduce himself.
Not sure that Representative Collins is back on yet.
Okay, and is there anybody else that didn't get a chance to introduce himself? Please don't mind me if I'm missing anybody. I believe that maybe Senator Daughtry, did you get to introduce yourself earlier? I don't think you were with us.
Not yet. Thank you, Senator Chipman. Sorry I wasn't here at the beginning. I actually got to present my first bill in IDEA this morning. But I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Senate District 24, which is the communities of Harpswell, Brunswick, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell.
Great, thank you. And I don't see Representative Collins with us, so I think that's everybody. So I guess we're going to start going through the parts of the supplemental budget that we have not voted on, and we're going to have, I guess, Julie walk us through those at this point.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to be clear. Is my motion still on the table? I mean, on the floor? I'm sorry, on the floor.
Well, we were going to hear from Commissioner Figueroa at this point.
Right, but as part of the discussion, but my motion was left on the floor on last Thursday. And I just want to make sure that that's still where this discussion is coming from, is from my motion.
Yeah, my understanding of the rules that we operate under is that when the motion is made in a previous meeting, that it doesn't carry from meeting to meeting. So my understanding is that it's not in place. And at this point, I'd like to call on Senator Daughtry.
We were having a discussion. Could we finish it?
I answered the question, so I believe Senator Daughtry had her hand up next.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I was going to say, I thought the motion expires at the end of the legislative day. So, and was thinking, I don't know if at this point, you'd be comfortable with a motion, Mr. Chair, or if we want to hear first from the department before we entertain any motions.
What do you think, Representative Terry?
I'd like to hear from the department, please.
Yeah, let's hear from the department, and then we can get into motions that people may want to make. The department would like to present to us at this time. We'd like to hear from them.
Thank you, chairs.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Point of order. Yes.
I don't believe that you can stop me from making a motion, so I move that we fully conform by accepting the Part B language and not decouple in any subsequent sections, with the recommendation that the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee balance the budget through reductions elsewhere in the fiscal year 21 budget. Also, that any necessary changes to the calculations for revenue sharing in Part A are made to reflect full conformity.
Okay, so if the department would like to present to us at this point, we'd like to hear from them.
Like
I
to
second that
entertain a
motion.
second.
I second.
I second the motion.
Mr. Chair, aren't comments still supposed to be directed to the chair, even if we're in a virtual environment and have to be recognized?
Right. Yes, you're right. It's correct. So I guess we're at this point going to hear from the department.
Excuse me, you don't have to be recognized to second a motion.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator Dowtry.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I meant for the motion, not for the seconding. I do understand that.
Yeah, I mean, and you're
I
correct.
was recognized.
Right, but Senator Dowtry was recognized before that.
And she finished, and then you recognized me. I made the motion, and then it was seconded. So the motion is on the floor.
Okay, so now we'd like to hear from the department.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Commissioner Kirsten Figueroa from the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. My assumption by wanting to hear from the department is that you'd like Dr. Allen to come on and talk a little bit about some of the components of the spreadsheet that's been passed around. Am I correct on that?
I'm sure that would be great.
Dr. Allen, I believe, is on. I
am here.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Hello. And so we have a spreadsheet. I think I heard Julie talking about the fact that it's been distributed. And so I'm just going to turn it over to Mike. Dr. Allen.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. And does everybody have the spreadsheet that Julie and the Commissioner referenced?
I think when I referenced it, that most of the members may not have had rejoined the meeting yet. Mr. Allen sent an email to me while you were on your break, and I forwarded it to you with a chart and a couple of statutory proposals. So it should be in your email if you have not already seen it. That is where it is located.
So I'll just speak to the spreadsheet, and then if folks have questions, I'm more than happy to answer. And we've got other people on as well from MRS that can answer any detailed questions. So on the spreadsheet at the top, we've added the first two items under the Consolidated Appropriations Act for the administration's new proposal dealing with PPP and EIDL loans. So the first item is forgiveness of Paycheck Protection Program loans and allowance of related deductions, a $1 million exemption of forgiven loan amount. And there should be a Word document that was in that email Julie forwarded that has language that would support that proposal. This provides a $1 million exemption to everyone who received a PPP loan forgiveness, regardless of the size of the loan. So if you received more than $1 million, you still get a $1 million exemption of forgiven loan amount. We estimate that would reduce general total revenues by $75 million in FY21 and $7 million in FY22. And then the second item is the forgiveness of EIDL loans. Those are loans similar to PPP, but smaller and also run through the Small Business Administration, if people have questions on exactly what those are. I think Mr. Delisandro can answer them for you. We estimate that would have a revenue impact of minus $2.3 million in FY21. The rest of that portion of the spreadsheet, as well as the next portion that deals with conformity to the CARES and Families First Acts and the governor's proposal on FDII, are all the same from what we had provided you last week. And so on rows 35 through 37, you can see the updated estimate of the proposal. It would have a general fund impact of 75.6 million in FY21 and 6.3 million net revenue loss in FY22. And then we've also updated the bottom portion. Those are other conformity items that the administration is still proposing not to conform to. And we've just updated that to take into account full conformity on PPP loans. And you can see that would cost an additional $13 million in revenue over the FY21, FY22 time period. And again, the other items, 21 through 24, are no different than what we've presented over the last week or two.
Great. Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Allen on this? We've got 3 hands up. We'll start with Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wanting to double check, Mr. Allen, this was provided to us via email, or can I find this on the committee website under materials, the full spreadsheet?
Julie can probably answer that better than I can, Avery.
Thank you so much, Mr. Allen.
It has been provided through email. Like I said, it was received during your break. There was not time to post it online before your return. I should also note, this is totally aside from your current morning discussion, but we are in the process of trying to revise our way of posting information online. So it could be a little iffy for the next week or so anyway. I apologize for that, but there's more brains than mine that have to go into figuring out how that's going to work.
Okay, Representative Bickford, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for you, and I want to know, is there a motion on the table currently?
Yes, there is a motion on the table.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. I'm good. Thank you.
Representative Kryzak, do you have a question?
Yes, I got the email, but I don't have any attachments on it.
Scroll down all the way to the bottom, Ted, that might help. There were 3 on the bottom, 2 PDFs, and I think a spreadsheet.
Yeah, no, it's it won't scroll beyond thanks, Mike. And there's no attachments on it. I did get another one from Julie about a proposed compromise, but I didn't get anything from Dr. Allen.
Actually, it came from Julie as well at 11:34.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I got it at 11:28.
Okay, so, and that's the one from Dr. Allen. The subject is forward change documents for tax.
Nope, it says, Julie and Avery, attached are the documents we will be presenting to tax today. Please provide to the committee members. Sorry for the late email. And there are no attachments.
Okay, that's different than the one that I got. Julie, would you mind maybe trying to send that back? Is anyone else having issues getting those, seeing those documents? Yeah, Maddie, you too?
Yeah, I'm having trouble trying to, because I had it downloaded, but then the email went to, it looks like it's circulating through weird forwarding. So.
Dr. Allen, is it possible at all just to share your screen with us if Avery does what her magic? And then we can see at least the, yeah, that one, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on. got the wrong one, so let me make sure I get the proper one.
I was just going to ask that, Dr. Allen. I'm like, that was not the one I was following along with.
So far, this Zoom thing hasn't lined up with all of the sci-fi movies I watched as a kid.
Representative Perry, do you have a question?
Am I unmuted?
Yeah,
You
you're
are
on.
now. Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm having an impossible time trying to follow documents and everything, and at the same time as we're doing this. And so when Dr. Allen talked about the governor's proposal with $1 million exemption, and then talked about the smaller SBA loans and the $2.2 million fiscal note for exempting them, were those loans initially part of conformity, or is that additional benefit to new people that the governor has brought in her proposal?
Is that the EIDL loans you're asking about?
Yes.
So they were part of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, just like the PPP was. It was an existing program at the federal level. And the original supplemental budget had proposed not to conform to the double benefit on EIDL loans. Now the proposal is to conform to the double benefit for EIDL loans as well as PPP.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any additional questions, Representative Perry? No? Okay. Representative Sachs, do you have a question?
Thank you so much, Senator. And so because we have this on the screen, it only took Dr. Allen about 5 minutes to detail those, and with begging the chair's discretion, so that all of our committee is comfortable with the numbers. Can you just briefly go through that, Dr. Allen, if the chairs are okay with that, now that you have that up on the screen, so that the public as well as all committee members have the benefit of truly knowing what this is proposing?
Thank you, Representative Sachs. I was going to ask the same thing.
Certainly. So the first two items here under the Consolidated Appropriations Act, these are the two changes that the administration is making to the proposal and the supplemental. The first is the $1 million exemption of forgiven loan amount on Paycheck Protection Program loans. We estimate that will reduce revenues by $75 million in FY21 and $7 million in FY22. The second item that's new is to conform to the forgiveness of EIDL loans that Representative Perry just asked about. We estimate that would be a revenue loss of $2.3 million in FY21. All the rest of the items and fiscal note are the same as what we provided you, the commissioner provided you in her testimony back on the 25th, I believe, of January. Nothing's changed as far as conformity to parts of the original CARES and Family First Act and the FDII proposal. And so the net impact of the administration's proposal now is general fund impact is $75.6 million revenue reduction in FY21 and a $6.3 million revenue reduction in FY22. Down below, Senator Pouillot had asked us to also list the items that the administration is proposing not to conform to and what the impact would be of conforming to those items. And the PPP item 20 is just showing what the additional cost would be of full conformity to the PPP forgiveness. That would be $12 million revenue loss in FY21 and another $1 million loss in FY22. Again, all the other items listed here, 21 through 24, are the same as what was in the previous fiscal note, the previous information that we provided to the committee.
Representative Perry, do you have a question? Representative Perry? We can't hear you.
I apologize. I did not know my hand was still up because I shrunk.
Okay, so you don't have a question. Representative Terry, do you have a
Pictures
question?
to see this.
I do. I wonder if, because these numbers are so different than our original proposal, I wonder, or the original testimony that we had heard in AFA, I wonder if perhaps the commissioner could walk us through how we get to this number and how we pay for it.
I'm sure. Would the commissioner like to walk us through this and answer the question for Representative Terry?
Hi, this is Kirsten Figueroa, Commissioner of DAFs. So I think as Mike has outlined, the primary change is up above at the top of the spreadsheet with the $75 million on line 6 in fiscal year 21 and the $7 million in fiscal year 22 for PPP plus the 2.3 million of the EIDL. And the proposal, as Mike indicated, is a threshold amount of $1 million, which covers nearly 99.1% of the PPP loans as getting the double benefit that the federal government has authorized. And so the threshold meaning that up to $1 million would be 100% covered, and those over $1 million would have the first $1 million covered as part of the double benefit. As far as the suggested mechanism for paying for it, it would be from balances that are available as a result of some of the cost saving measures that we've taken into place and as part of the curtailment that was meant to go to budget stabilization. That totals about $61 million. And the remaining would come from enhanced continued participation from the federal government on Medicaid, which allows us to have a bit more in unencumbered balances for the balance.
Thank you.
Do you have any additional questions, Representative Terry?
I think I will, but give me a minute. Maybe Representative Sachs can jump in.
Yeah, Representative Sachs, do you have a question?
Thank you. Yes, just one for the spreadsheet that Julie had given us is the additional EIDL provisions under number 2, forgiveness of EIDL loans. Dr. Allen, is that also under Part D, or is it a different number? I'm just trying to follow along multiple spreadsheets to keep track of everything.
I'm going to ask Daniel or John to jump in to where exactly that was in the original language.
Yes, good afternoon. John Sagasser from Tax Policy Council of Office of Tax Policy. So the EIDL loans is Part W of the supplemental budget, and in the change package change, you see the change to the change package proposal, the Word documents that Dr. Allen and Julie sent to you. You see it striking Part W. So
Okay.
that's
So
the change.
PPP is, forgive me, so PPP was Part D and the new
V.
EIDL loan.
V.
V as in Victor.
So that was V. I got to get my letters right. So Part V is PPP and Part
Yes.
W is EIDL.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you so much. That is incredibly helpful.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Do you have any other questions, Representative Terry? Do you want to come back?
I just want to just make sure that I heard that right, Mr. Sagaster. Part W, so now Part W is struck with with the new proposal. Okay, got it. Okay.
So I'm not sure where we are at this point. We're just going to go through the additional sections? Representative Terry, is that your understanding?
Yeah, so we had talked earlier about going through all of the different pieces of this. Julie, is Julie still with us?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Sorry, Julie. So we had talked about going through all of the separate pieces of this and being able to send AFA our recommendations via, for lack of a better word, voting on each of the parts of that. Is that still the case, or are we in a different spot now with this new proposal, now that there are parts that are now struck out of that?
Was the question for me? I'm sorry, Representative Terry. I was actually getting a phone call from our committee clerk.
Oh, no problem. No problem at all.
As you started your questions, I think that AFA wants you to respond back to the items that are in the original proposed supplemental budget, the things that were heard on January 25th. So, and they would want to know what the extent to which you, if you are approving a different proposal, they would want to know not just that you were suggesting take out part whatever, or and replace it with a new part. They want to know that, they want to know both of those things. So by virtue of that, they want your advice on what they should keep in, what they should take out, and if there are new things you're suggesting they should add, they want to know it that way.
Piece by piece.
Sorry, say again?
Piece by piece.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that was kind of my last question for I think the procedure of this, Ben. Thank you.
I mean, if piece by piece means part by part for
Yes.
the language parts, and each line for the Part A appropriations and allocations part.
Representative Perry?
Thank you. I just had one more quick question. The $7 million of the fiscal note for next year, is that from net loss carry forwards, or is that because people may not get them forgiven until the next tax year?
Representative Perry, I think it's just representative of the fact that a lot of people will file on extension, and those returns won't be received until next October.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the table?
Yes.
I'd like to move to table it.
Okay, so we have a move to table the motion on the table. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
It's seconded by Representative Matlack, I believe. So there's a motion to table, which is not debatable. So I guess we're in a situation where we now would vote on that. All those in favor of tabling the motion on the table, please vote by raising your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of your screen. Do you have everything you need, Avery? You got the votes of all those that are in favor of the motion?
I see Rep Terry, Rep Matlack, Rep Perry, Rep Sachs, Rep Gramlich, Rep Collings, Senator Daughtry, and Senator Chipman in favor.
Okay. All those opposed to the motion, please signify by raising your hand using the reaction at the bottom of the screen. And those that voted in favor want to lower your hands at this point. All those opposed.
Okay, for opposed, I see Rep. Hanley, Rep. Kryzak, Rep. Bickford, Rep. Carmichael, and Senator Pouliot.
Okay, so that motion carries. So the motions that was on the table previously has now been tabled. Senator Daughtry, do you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a different motion. I would like to, I move that we move in the governor's new proposal regarding the PPP portion of conformity and the EIDL loans. I mean, the PPP program served as a lifeline to so many small businesses. It allowed businesses to stay open and operating.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order.
So, yes, what's the point of order?
We just tabled full conformity. That means we cannot discuss conformity or make any new motions in the same legislative day.
Senator Daughtry?
The way I understand it, it's a different motion. And since I am not moving for full conformity, it is separate.
Full conformity encompasses all conformity.
Well, I believe the motion that she made is not a motion on full conformity. It's a motion to do something different than that. So I think that motion is in order. So that motion's been made by Senator Daughtry. Is there a second?
I'm going to object, Mr. Chair. I'm going to object to that.
Representative Bickford, that was a motion for accepting the governor's proposal. We haven't even gone through all of the rest of the parts of it.
I'm still going to object. We had a motion for full conformity, and now we're taking it
in committee
pieces of that same conformity. I'm objecting to it.
Senator Daughtry?
It's a different motion, and isn't it at the discretion of the chairs?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Kryzak?
As the Thursday before last, when I made the motion, once that went on the table, we could no longer discuss this. And I think that's the rule. You cannot make a new motion on the same subject. You've tabled my motion saying that there's no longer any more talk about
That's
this.
right.
I think we have to close the session.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Senator Pouliot?
Thanks. So well, I think probably now is a good time to get to the brass tacks on this. And for the Republican House members, you know, the reality is the Democrat members of this committee are not going to vote for full conformity. So we're going to waste a ton of time going for that. I think it's good to just move ahead with a vote on this, allow the vote to be had for those who want to support the conformity with the governor's proposal. I'm not going to be supporting that proposal. I'm going to be supporting full conformity, as we've been clear about from day one. And I think that we could move this along. There's a lot of professionals in the tax fields that are looking for guidance from the state, and we keep delaying. I think it's prudent that we move forward and make a vote on this, and then let the cards fall where they are, or else we're just going to continue to end up having meetings like this for the next however long. And that's extremely frustrating to a lot of, you know, professionals who are looking for guidance from the state right now.
Thanks, Senator Pouliot. Yeah, I appreciate those thoughts, and I share those thoughts, actually. I think we do need to discuss this and dispense with this one way or another. We've got a couple of hands up from Representative Kryzak and Representative Bickford. Do you guys have additional thoughts you want to share with the committee at this point? Representative Kryzak, are you all set?
No, I'm sorry. In order to continue to discuss it, we would have to take my motion off the table and vote on that first. Then you can, if it gets voted down, then you can go into all the other discussion that you want to go into. But my motion is still up. Since it's tabled, we have to close today's session.
Senator Daughtry?
If that were true, whenever there's a table motioning, you'd have to adjourn any procedure. It's a separate motion dealing with a separate subject matter. It's just my thought, but I defer to the chairs.
Again, it is a different motion. It's not the same as not conforming. You know, if we're getting into words here, it's just not the same as not conforming. It's a different motion to accept. I understand that it's part of the discussion, but this is where the Roberts rules come into place. It's a different motion that Senator Daughtry made, that Representative Matlack seconded. We're getting into, again, sort of Roberts rules here. I don't have 100% clarity with all of them. You know, from my experience so far, we're on a different motion and it's been seconded and not tabled at this point. So I think it's time for a vote.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that, it seems to me that we wouldn't be able to have another motion that's the same as the one that Representative Kryzak made that's now been tabled, but I think we can have other motions that do different things. If that were the case, I agree. I mean, every committee that, you know, takes up a motion on something and tables it would never be able to discuss the matter at all in any other form that whole day. And that does not seem to make sense to me in my understanding of the rules. I mean, I know that Senator Daughtry has checked with the Secretary of the Senate on this and gotten some stuff in writing on it. And I think we're pretty clear, or she's pretty clear on what we can and can't do. I mean, I would encourage House members to check with the Clerk of the House if you feel that there are rules that we should be doing things differently, but I would concur with the House Chair on this, that this is not the same motion. We are taking up a different motion that is not for full conformity. It's to adopt what the governor has presented. And I think we need to move forward with discussion at this point. And in the meantime, which we'll probably have some discussion for more than a few minutes, I would think, I would encourage House members who do not feel that that's the case on the procedure to check with the Clerk of the House and come back with something from Mr. Hunt otherwise. But other than that, I think I'm going to go with what the Secretary of the Senate has given us for guidance on this, and we're going to proceed forward. So at this point, any discussion on the motion on the table? We have a motion to adopt the governor's changes to the package on conformity, and I assume that some people would like to discuss that. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would like the clerk to make the decision.
The clerk to make the decision on whether we can discuss this anymore?
Yes, please.
Well, can you check with the clerk while we discuss? We're not voting yet.
Well, you made this decision based on once you table something, you can no longer discuss the subject. The governor's proposal is still on whether or not we're going to go with the federal law. So it's the same subject. So I would ask that we have a corner caucus. We talk to the clerk, and then we decide whether we legally can go on or not.
Mr. Chair?
Sure, Senator Daughtry.
I'd be happy to get the input of the clerk and the Senate. I have been checking in on Robert's rules, but I completely understand we're in uncharted territory. But I do believe challenging the chair's decision and discretion would require a vote of the committee. But I think it can be a friendly motion.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Pouliot.
Rather than getting stuck in a quagmire here, why don't we just take Representative Kryzak's bill off the table, vote on it the same way that we did? You know, Democrats vote against it, Republicans vote for it. It's done in like 5 minutes from now. And then we just move on to what Representative Daughtry had proposed, which is fine. I'm pretty sure I know how everyone's going to vote, and we can be done with this in about like 15 minutes.
Okay, that's one perspective. I mean, I don't know that I share that perspective because that motion's been tabled. But I'd like to hear from others.
Point of order.
What's the point of order, Representative Hanlon?
The point of order is that you have a motion on the table, that you tabled, excuse me, and you brought another motion forward that is, in essence, the same subject. It is a distinction without a difference. You both of these motions about conformity. One is 99% conformity and one is 100% conformity. You're still dealing with the exact same subject. I think Senator Pouliot's suggestion is the most logical and quickest path forward. And I hope that we would move that way. Thank you.
Senator Daughtry, your hand's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to point out that I was deferring to the chairs and did have my hand up to ask whether to make a motion and trying to adhere to what was going on when Representative Kryzak also made his motion. But I know if we need time to discuss it, I'm happy for that. I'm also happy if anyone wants story time, I'm more than happy to do a long form reading out of the main motion of Robert's rules, but just wanted to remind folks that, I had tried to make a motion as well.
Yeah.
That's irrelevant.
I think at this time, I'd like to personally
My
call.
hand has been up for a long time.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Thank you. First of all, we do not adhere strictly to Robert's rules. We adhere to Robert's rules and Mason's rules, and a combination. The second point I want to make is that if we have a bill that wants to make all farm land tax exempt, and you table it, and then somebody comes in and says, well, let's make 90% of all farms tax exempt. You can't bring that back up like that. It doesn't work that way. And I'm going to end my conversation with saying that I don't believe what we're doing is proper.
Okay. I mean, there's been a couple of challenges at this point from a couple of members of the committee about whether we can do what the motion that we have on the table, whether we can take that up or not. I know that Senator Daughtry's had conversation with the Senate Secretary. I think I'd like to take a couple of minutes to call the Senate Secretary and get some further clarification on it, so that we can know where we stand and whether we can move forward or not. So does that seem okay with you, Representative Terry? And take a few minutes to call Secretary Grant?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to call into Clerk Hunt as well.
Great. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll make a couple of phone calls and we'll come back and see where things are. If Secretary Grant says we can't move forward, I'm more than happy to not move forward, but I do want to check with him. Thank you.
We're having a sibling fight on the taxation committee. And after.
Senator Pouliot and Representative Bickford, I think perhaps you want to mute yourselves.
Oh, sorry.
Who are we still waiting for, Representative Terry? I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Sorry about that. Looks like Representative Daughtry is with us now, and Representative Hanley, and that's it, just the two of them.
Representative Hanley had to leave.
Okay, thank you, Representative Bickford. I think that's it then. I think we got everybody. Representative Bickford, did you have a chance, or Representative Krajzak, that is, did you have a chance to speak with the clerk and the secretary?
I did not. The clerk is not in today.
Oh, he was, I just gave him your number, everybody's number. He just wanted to check in and just let you guys know that we had a conversation with them, because that's what we went off to do.
Representative Terry, I did get a call from him. I think he's not sure who the lead is, possibly.
That is very possible.
So, but he did tell me that although it was highly unorthodox, what transpired, it is not necessarily against parliamentary rules.
Right. Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Okay.
Okay.
We're now back discussing the issues around conformity in the supplemental budget. We have a motion on the table made by Senator Daughtry and seconded by, I believe, Representative Matlack. So what's the pleasure of the committee? Is anybody prepared to take any action at this point?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Representative Krajzak.
when was this motion made? I haven't heard the motion.
The motion was made before we took a break. It was by Senator Daughtry to accept the governor's recommendations on conformity in the supplemental budget. Senator Daughtry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this moment, I would like to withdraw my motion.
And I will withdraw my second.
Okay, that motion has been withdrawn at this point. So we're back discussing conformity in the supplemental budget. Senator Daughtry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having voted on the presiding side of the tabling motion, I would like to reconsider our actions whereby we tabled the previous motion made by Representative Krajzak.
Okay, so we have a move to reconsider our actions, whereas we tabled the motion made by Representative Krajzak. Is there a second? Second by Representative Gramlich. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of your screen.
Got that, Avery?
Yep.
Okay.
So you have everything you need, Avery?
Yes.
Need Representative Bickford to show his video or you have all that?
I think he was on for, there we go.
Okay. Everybody, okay. So if you have everything you need, it looks like that's unanimous. So that tabling motion's been withdrawn. I'm not sure where we are in the process at this point, but is there a motion from anybody at this point?
I think we are voting on Representative Krajzak's motion.
So we're back on that automatically by withdrawing the tabling. So that motion is now on the table by Representative Krajzak, and I believe that's for what we're calling full conformity. Is there a discussion from members of the committee? Senator Daughtry.
I apologize. I had my hand up, but I meant to hit lower.
Okay. Senator Pouliot.
What? Oh, sorry. My hand was still raised from before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm only at like level 101 for Zoom.
You still have your hand up too, Ben.
Oh, use that. Sorry about that. All right. So
Senator Chipman?
Yes, sure.
Julie had to leave. I just have a quick question. Does that motion, Representative Krajzak, are you including the items on Mike's spreadsheet that have to do with nonconformity. They're items 18 and 19. Credit for taxes paid to another jurisdiction and relaxing the work and main requirement for education opportunity tax credit. They're not related to the federal conformity package, but I just wanted to see if that includes it or not.
It does not. The motion was made before any new items were brought up. So
Okay.
it's whatever we were discussing for the last 2 weeks. That's
Okay.
what my motion is based on. And Julie has that motion.
Okay.
Any further discussion from members of the committee? So the motion is for Representative Kryzak's motion for full conformity.
Sorry,
Representative Terry.
Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Can I just have like one quick second to just go through the list, because I'm not positive that we voted on those two particular items prior to the tabling motion. The packet that Julie sent us highlighted everything that we had already done prior to Representative Kryzak's motion. So I just need to just double check, if you guys don't mind giving me 1 second just to quickly flip through here and make sure that we're all on the same page with what we're voting for. Thank you. I appreciate that. 2 seconds.
Okay.
And Suzanne, do you have that list in front of you as well that Julie sent us?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So quickly, we have voted in Part A for the Board of Tax Appeals, the mandate for reimbursement to Betty.
Yep.
Revenue Services A5, snow grooming A5, PA5, waste facility PTE A6. We have not voted A83, which is the revenue sharing piece.
Correct.
We have not voted Part B, conformity. Right?
Yes.
We have not voted Part D about business losses.
Correct.
We have not voted in Part E, CARES-related business interest deductions.
Correct.
We have not voted in the main capital investment credit.
Correct.
We have not voted in the CARES Relatable Charitable Deduction Act.
Right.
Charitable deduction. The CARES-related net operating loss.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
CARES-related residency remote work.
Yes.
We have not voted in Part U, the foreign income.
Correct.
We have not voted in Part V. Sorry, I was going to say 5. V.
Yes.
We have not voted in Part W.
Yes.
And we have not voted in Part X.
That's correct.
Representative Kryzak, when you made your motion, when you made your original motion, and then again today, or was it last time? Within the last couple, we still hadn't voted on a whole lot of other stuff that's on this list. We went directly to the PPP without doing any of the other work. So I'm wondering if and from what your motion sounded like, the rest of the things that we hadn't discussed yet was what you were voting on taking full conformity with. Am I correct in that?
That's correct. Full conformity and all the language in Part B.
All the language in Part B, you are voting to fully conform with.
Oh, hang on a minute. I got to pull over. I had to go back to work. I am hands-free, by the way.
Excellent, thank you. we went so long that you had to go back to work.
Okay, adopt B in full conformity, and that would include all the other items that where they were doing partial conformity. So adopt Part B and full conformity on everything else. I don't have the exact, oh, wait a minute, I do have the exact language. Just take me a second. As I say, I'm on the side of the road in a snowstorm.
Oh, be careful.
And to clarify, if I could, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, a quick question. So conformity doesn't address sections like I, which is the work remote. And so I'd love clarification.
We're gonna let Representative Kryzak tell us what he's looking for.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
and there's no decoupling, and I'm still looking. Hang on a minute.
Okay, take your time to be safe.
Yeah, I am. I've got my flashes on and I'm way off the road.
Representative Terry?
Yes, Dr. Allen.
Thank you. Just quickly, on Part I, the two items that you identified, the telework and the EOTC, right? Those are, you're correct. Those are not conformity items, but they are proposals in the supplemental. And we do have a language change for the telework component of that we'd like to address with the committee before they end today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we should hear about those before we vote.
Yeah, definitely.
So do you want to restate the motion, Representative Kryzak?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and listen to that and let me get to a safer place, and then I will.
No problem. We can definitely do that.
Just so you know, we worked with Julie on this motion and we sent her the motion in writing. So I don't know if you have the capability of getting that without Julie being there.
Suzanne?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I'm trying to read through this.
You have the language that that Representative Kryzak sent to Julie with their proposal or with their vote, I guess.
Our motion.
Motion, thank you.
I do not have it, but I'm sure Julie has it, but I do not. The only language I have is the language from the administration that we got yesterday or this morning.
Okay, excellent. Perhaps, Ted, if you need 1 sec, we can have Dr. Allen walk us through that one small change.
Yes, please. I'd appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to have John Sagasser walk through the change. I'm just going to point out that we sent 2 Word documents at 11:30 to Julie and Avery that should have got forwarded to you. One was the language change for PPP. The other is the language change that John's going to explain. And it has no revenue impact or impact on the intent of the proposal. It's just clarifying language, and John will explain that to you.
Got it. Mr. Sagasser.
Yes. Good afternoon again. So the language is a revision for Part I-1 of the supplemental budget. And this is a clarification of both language and intent, but it makes clear something that someone might have a different reading from the language. So what it does is it clarifies that the work, and again, just the backdrop, this is the tax paid to another jurisdiction. So it's not a conformity item. It has to do with sourcing of income. Maine under Title 36 follows a physical place of work sourcing. As a result of the pandemic, workers, residents who had been commuting and physically working out of state and then teleworking from home to their out-of-state place, but physically in Maine teleworking. This proposal in Part I expands the tax paid to another jurisdiction to allow the credit for the tax paid to another jurisdiction if that jurisdiction sourced the income to their state, even though the person was not physically working in the state. And that's how I described Part I to this committee before. This language change, clarification here, broadens this principle to proportion of work so that if, and you can see that's the language in Part I-1 in Element 2 there, to the proportion of services. So the situation being addressed is if there were a resident who had pre-pandemic been physically commuting and working out of state for part of the week, let's say 3 days out of state, let's say Massachusetts, because Massachusetts has this COVID-19 rule where it's reaching outside its state for sourcing the income, and had been working in Maine. The resident had been working in Maine 2 days a week prior to the pandemic. Then this language change allows this temporary expanded credit to also apply in that situation as to the new additional work that is being done by telework. So instead of it having to been 0 teleworking before the pandemic, this allows that there to have been some teleworking prior to the pandemic, and the expanded credit will now still apply in that situation as to the new additional work that's now being performed by telework.
Excellent. Does anybody have any questions in regards to that?
And I would just add, the other element is this allows rulemaking by MRS to fill in the gaps here. There's general rulemaking for the assessor under Title 36, but as this is unallocated language, we have the rulemaking authority specifically in the provision.
Okay, great. Thank you. Representative Matlack.
Yes, I just wanted to comment that I think I took pretty good notes the first time we went through this, and it appears that we've already approved this. So we already approved Part I?
We have not.
We have not.
We have not.
Oh, my notes said we did. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I'm ready when you are.
excellent. Shoot.
Okay.
Go ahead, Representative Krajicek.
I move that we fully conform by accepting the Part B language and do not decouple in any subsequent sections with the recommendation that the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee balance the budget through reductions elsewhere in the fiscal year 21 budget. Also, that any necessary changes to the calculation for revenue sharing in Part A are made to reflect full conformity. I was led to believe that would cover everything that we haven't voted on yet.
Great.
Is there a second?
I'm not making a motion. The motion's already on the floor. They wanted the language.
Okay, all right, great. So the motion's on the floor. I believe that's already been seconded. So is there a discussion by the committee?
Can,
Sure, Representative Sachs.
so just again, so I can clarify, since while that does feel like it covers much of it, I'd be just interested to know if there were an amendment to that to cover those pieces that we just discussed that weren't covered by conformity. So for example, Part I. I just would love to sort of know what that full report would look like, since this is actually a vote. We're voting on a report, sending a report to AFA. So I just want to know what would be signing on to.
Mr. Chair?
Sure, go ahead, Representative Krajicek.
After we vote on this, this is just on conformity. Then the new items that you just discussed can be voted on separately and added to the report.
So your motion doesn't cover all of the sections on conformity. You're only covering one type of conformity, or am I missing something?
No, my language covers all conformity, but
Okay.
the two items you just talked about with new language don't have anything to do with conformity from what I heard.
Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that as proposed, I can't support this motion. I, completely understand and respect where Representative Krajicek is coming from with this, but I just wanted to say that I'm very excited by the proposal that the governor has put forward. And I most importantly want to recognize when I'm voting against this motion that I do, I've seen the work that we've all done on both sides of the aisle around this. We have spent tons and tons of hours discussing this, looking at it, pouring through it. But more importantly, I want to recognize all the small businesses that have reached out to myself and everyone else over the past few days and say that we've heard you loud and clear. You know, Main Street businesses have been working really hard to keep their doors open and weather this pandemic. And this is something that's near and dear to my heart. I mean, Representative Kryzak is out there right now, really, literally working for his small business. And I know a majority of us on this committee are in the exact same situation. And I just want to say that I really am excited by what the governor has come forward with on this solution. I think it does an incredible job of taking, out for the small folks. I think it covers almost 26,000 businesses, and particularly for my own sake, the governor's proposal is really looking out for hospitality and tourism industries. This is a way to make sure that small businesses are not getting taxed, that we're looking out for them, and that we're making a meaningful economic, solution for what's a pretty difficult place for us to put in. I was excited to see the additional proposals as well, and I will be voting against this motion, but it's really to stick out for, the 99% of small businesses in our state that would be covered under this. I think it's a common sense solution, and it's what Mainers expect from us after listening hard to all of their concerns.
Great. Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to add that I believe Representative Kryzak's motion covers everything related to conformity. It might not necessarily relate to every item that we haven't covered yet. And I just want to be clear on that.
Okay, Representative Kryzak.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to let Senator Daughtry know that it's not my business I'm fighting for. I took absolutely no PPP money or any workman's comp during the full year that I had been shut down because I have a very, very small business, and I decided not to get involved in that. I'm fighting for the businesses that have called me and written me, and that's my reason for wanting full conformity. I do not gain any benefit from this.
Senator Daughtry, do you have something?
No, like Senator Pouliot, I once again forgot to lower my hand, so excuse me, apologies.
Great. Representative Bickford, do you have anything additional? Representative Bickford? Okay, Representative Sachs, do you have something?
Yes, please. So again, if we could just go back, it's more than just it's I believe F and G, and so I'd just like to carve out what pieces, and then of course if the folks who made the motion would like to amend it to include some of these other things, but I think some clarity around exactly what pieces are being voted on and what has been carved out, because depending on what happens with this report, we then have to go back and be very specific about what we're going to take up.
Okay, Representative Perry.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on record that I will be not voting in favor of this motion. I am really excited though to be voting for the proposal the governor's put forward. It really covers the people who are hurting. And just once we get this behind us, there are still tons of businesses who are going to continue to suffer. And we got a lot of work to do and a lot of people to help. So I hope once this is over with, we move forward in laser focus on the people who are still suffering.
Representative Sachs.
Just a point of order, and it may be because I'm new, but my understanding was it's not that we're voting for or against anything. It's what structure of report we want to send. So if I don't support this particular iteration, that there may be another one proposed as it was tried to earlier, so that you're just supporting the position. You're not necessarily voting against something, that you're just trying to support a position, a structured report.
Right. Yeah,
is that correct?
This is a report back to appropriations, so it's not like a vote on a traditional bill. It's really a vote on what you want to report back to them in terms of a recommendation that would be in the form of a letter from Julie. So I understand we're all at this point not all on the same page as a committee on this, and that's fine. The report back letter from Julie can reflect where people are, and AFA can take that and then do what they would like to once it gets back to them. Do we have any additional discussion, Senator Daughtry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say additionally on, the full conformity portion, I think the governor's proposal does an excellent job of accepting the parts that apply to Maine and not aligning with some of the sort of big DC type proposals of a 3 martini lunch. I mean, that would be what's coming in on full conformity. And, you know, even working in the beer business and wishing that we could all be having a 3 martini lunch right now, I really don't think this is something that makes a difference to our small businesses, and instead allows those, you know, additional allocations to go to the folks who are hurting most. So full conformity, you know, we are trying to move forward and do what works for small businesses, but this, you know, I can't vote for this motion while it still makes special allocations for large corporate tax interests that don't help Mainers.
Okay. Additional comments from members of the committee? Additional discussion? Seeing none, I'd like to make a couple of comments at this point. I am also not supportive of the proposal in front of us for all the reasons that have been expressed by Senator Daughtry and Representative Sachs and others. There's a number of reasons why I can't support that at this time. I'd just like to, I guess, be clear about sort of where we are and what got us to this point. You know, we know that we had a proposal that was made to the Appropriations Committee a couple weeks ago, and that proposal, so everybody is aware and clear of what we were looking at, was a proposal that did not raise taxes. It was not a proposal to raise taxes. It was a proposal to treat the PPP loans, forgivable loans, as income for tax reporting purposes, but then as well to allow all of the deductions, the expenses that the businesses had paid for with that loan funding to be deductible. And as we recall from our discussions with Maine Revenue Services, that would result in no tax increase for folks that took all of those deductions that were paid for with the PPP funds. There would be no tax increase. So this was never about raising taxes at all. It was just a zero sum, basically taking the whole effective PPP out of the picture. So that was not a tax on loans is really not something I support. I think anybody supports it on the committee at this point. I think what we're talking about now is not taxing loans at all, and simply doing the reverse of what was proposed in AFA, not taxing the loans, but also not taxing the deductions, or having a threshold on the deduction side in terms of how much deductions we're going to also allow. That's where we get into what some people have referred to the double benefit. Basically, we're not taxing the income, but we're allowing things paid for with the income to be deducted against other income that the business had. That's the term double benefit that we've heard that people have mentioned. So I just want to be clear about what that is, and my concerns with this, what we're talking about here, no matter what the threshold is, I guess is my concerns have to do with not really what's in this proposal, but it's sort of like what we're not addressing, or at least not addressing at this time, that I would like to see addressed, because this pandemic has really affected a lot of people. It's affected everybody across the street. Let's face it, we've all been affected one way or another. And I'm really concerned about unemployed residents, which I didn't know until just a couple of weeks ago when we got questions answered from MRS, that folks that are unemployed have been having state income tax withheld from their unemployment checks. And that's a concern, because I know that unemployed folks are not doing that well, and we're taking income tax out of their unemployment checks. That's a major concern, and I hope we can address that in some other format, but we're not addressing it here. We're not able to address it here, but I am concerned about that. I am concerned about businesses who didn't get PPP loans, and I have one in my district. Unfortunately, they purchased the business partway through the year last year. They didn't own the business long enough in order to be able to qualify for a PPP loan. They struggled as much as any other restaurant in downtown Portland has, but without the help of PPP, because they weren't able to get it. So they struggled probably more than a lot of the restaurants that got PPP. And they have raised an issue that I saw on a report on Channel 6 that why should they be taxed like any other business, and how have their tax revenue go to provide this, what we've talked about as a double benefit to businesses that could get the loans. I mean, that's a real concern. It may be an anomaly, and there may be just a few cases like that across the state, but there are people in the situation that we're not able to get these loans for one reason or another, who are really, really, really hurting and need some relief. And I hope that in some other proposal, we can address that and provide some relief to them in some fashion. And then the other issue I wanted to bring up was basically what we're talking about is providing a threshold of deductions on untaxed things paid for with untaxed income, a threshold of deductions that we would allow only for businesses that actually made money, because businesses that took a loss for the year and didn't make any money, that are really, really suffering, actually can't benefit from deductions because there's nothing to take deductions against if they didn't make any income. They obviously need help if they didn't make any money. So I'm concerned about that, and I hope we can address that at some other time. So I guess in conclusion, my concern is that we're not, taking limited resources, which our resources are limited at the state level, not taking the resources and really targeting businesses that we know need help. I mean, we're basically providing some additional tax relief, and that's really what it is, the sort of an additional tax cut or tax relief to all businesses that meet a certain threshold. And certainly a lot of them are suffering, and some of them may not be suffering. We don't know everybody's circumstance, but we're providing a benefit to everybody in a certain category. PPP loan recipients who made a profit for the year would get an added tax relief up to a certain threshold, regardless of whether they need it or not. And that's my biggest concern. And I fully respect everybody who supports the governor's proposal. I fully respect all of you who support full conformity. And I think we can agree to respect each other's differences and have this dialogue. But I hope that folks can understand where I'm coming from, and that I'm just concerned that that the relief we're providing isn't targeted to businesses that we know are in need. And I've asked some questions, and we have conversations with Dr. Allen and others about how that could happen. And I understand there's some logistical concerns about how we can do that. How would we know who needs the help? I've talked about the idea of an abatement program like we do for property taxes, where folks that really can't pay their taxes come and ask for an abatement for property taxes, and the city or town grants that on a need case-by-case basis based on need. It certainly would be great if we could do that at the state level, but I understand that's not the proposal in front of us. But it would be nice if we could target the relief to folks that we know need it, whether they got PPP or not, whether they're individuals who got unemployment or a business, that people that are in need across the state could get help in some fashion. And I'm just concerned that that's not what we're doing here. So I guess, with all due respect to everybody and everybody's opinions, I love working with you guys. I'm not going to be supporting the full conformity proposal or the governor's proposal. I'm going to be supporting not providing what we've talked about as a double benefit, and rather using the resources, the $61 million. And I'm only talking about the PPP section of conformity. So I'm fine with all of the other sections on conformity as been proposed by the governor. That will be my report, but rather just on the PPP section, I'm not supporting, I'm supporting not taxing the loans, but also not allowing the deductions paid for with loan funds, business expenses paid for with loan funds, not allowing the deductions as well. Just sort of pretending that PPP doesn't even exist for tax purposes on that section only, and that the resources be directed in a way that helps people and businesses that are in need, that we know are in need. So that will be my report. If anybody wants to join me, great. If I'm the only one, that's fine, but that's what I need to do at this point. So I respect everybody's opinions and hope that you can respect mine. And with that, if there's any additional discussion, it looks like we have Representative Sachs and then Senator Daughtry.
I believe she had her hand up first.
Oh, go ahead, Senator Daughtry. Are you all set, Senator Daughtry?
Oh, no, I was just saying Representative Sachs can go.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Sachs.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say, appreciate that very much, Senator Chipman, your thoughts and concerns around this. This is an incredibly complex issue. As I've mentioned to constituents over and over again, there's sound bites are easy. Sound policy is very, very difficult. And while I agree with you in many philosophical respects, I do believe that the governor's proposal does invest in working families, in that it helps protect 99% of businesses and over 250,000 jobs, 276,000 jobs. And even though those aren't all in my district, some of them are, but they aren't all. I understand that this is a prudent, reasonable compromise to try and move forward relief in many, many ways. I also, as many of the nerdy questions I've asked over this 2 weeks, I really dug in and believe that the other things she has proposed, sections decoupling, that, as Senator Daughtry mentioned, are very specific to Maine and Maine businesses and the way we do business, that makes sense for us, I believe, again, are incredibly prudent, and so would support her proposal as well for the amended sections of V and W and I, and then the rest as were proposed before, because I believe it's prudent at this time. And it is extraordinary, as we've all talked about on this committee. These are extraordinary times. I do not believe this is going to be tax policy moving forward from what people have said, and that this is a one-time injection, which also my understanding is will qualify as revenue shortfall, which under the federal bill might be eligible for reimbursement as well. So there's lots of moving parts to this. And so by supporting this, that is my continued hope, and want to ask all of our wonderful viewers who are still on YouTube with us at the moment to call our federal representatives and have that package support state and local government in that way, please. Thanks. That's my plug for the day.
Great. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add and echo your sentiments and say that, I completely agree that this puts us, in a hard spot, but I want to sort of counter that. I don't feel that the governor's proposal doesn't try to work on all of those different aspects you said. And just that, I think sort of building up off of what Representative Sachs was saying, this is just the beginning. This is just the supplemental portion. We're going to get through this and keep working tirelessly to make a difference for everyone, from the person who's just getting their first job or trying to actually get into a college in this weird pandemic reality we're living into, or the person who's trying to figure out if they can keep their 37-year-old business open for just another 2 weeks. I mean, I don't think these are separate items. I think everyone on this committee, regardless of the letter behind your, name, agrees that we're trying to do everything we can to look out from, the little guy all the way up to the top. But, I do want to sort of push back and say that I think, obviously I won't be supporting this motion, and there'll be an additional report that I think some of the language, in our report back, says, there's a way for us to say all of those items and really, sort of hint at that this is part of a broader picture, and that by, making and amending and having this proposal from the governor is a way to look out for, 99% of small Maine businesses. I mean, that's the majority of Maine's workforce. I can't remember the percentage off on my top of my head, but I know the majority of Mainers are employed by small businesses. And that's, that's the difference we're talking about. And I think, we'll keep making that call, like Representative Sachs was saying, to our federal delegation to make sure they understand that states across this nation need help. We can't do this alone. But I really think the governor's proposal does an excellent job of being able to balance those competing aspects while really listening to, not only our workers, but our businesses and even those who are unemployed. So I think there's a way to do all of the things that you raised and still be able to, move forward and accept the governor's proposal. But at the time, I will still be voting against the motion that's on the floor, but we'll be moving towards accepting the governor's proposal.
Yeah, no, I respect that. I'm voting against the motion on the floor as well. I just wanted people to kind of know where I was coming from. And I do want to, thank the governor and her team and Commissioner Figueroa and others that have met with us, answered our questions, work with us, all the work they put into coming up with this plan, responding to the needs of the business community. I mean, I'm sure that they've been working, around the clock for the last couple of weeks on this. And I really, want to give them a lot of credit for what they've come up with. And there's no doubt about it that it will definitely help businesses and help, people that work for those businesses. It's just some things I would have done differently, as I've outlined. I don't want to go back into that. But I do agree that it will definitely help a lot of businesses. It's definitely better than not doing anything. And I think we do need to do something. So I would say that. And I think that clearly if we can get more federal funding, and maybe I'll join in with everybody and calling on our federal delegation and doing what we can to try to secure more federal funding. There's a lot more that we could do to address some of the things that I brought up. I mean, we've got a limited amount of money, but for the state level, but we certainly a lot more we could do with more federal funding. So I hope we can secure more federal funding and do, much more. So I don't see anybody else with any hands up at this point. Is there any additional comments or discussion before we vote on the motion on the table? Not seeing any, so we are now, I guess we will take a vote on the motion on the table. Does everybody understand the motion? Need any clarification? Are we all set? Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
Again, just a question. My understanding around this part of the procedure is I'm just not supporting this report or this position to go into a report that you indicate your support for this report, and then there might be another as we've indicated, another proposal, as was tried earlier, for an additional report. And I think that's important because it's not about a motion or a bit like a normal bill. This is a report that we're issuing.
This is the motion on the table is the motion made by Representative Kryzak. If you don't support that, you would want to vote no. And then those who vote no would have, their own report, which we can be clear about what that is. But if you vote for the motion that we're about to vote on, you're voting for what was stated by Representative Kryzak. So if you don't support that, you'd vote no and clarify what the report is of those that voted no. There'll be, it sounds like 3 different reports at this point. Is that
Right. So my understanding, Mr. Chair, was you say, do you, all those who would vote for this report, please indicate. And then my understanding was that you then ask, is there an alternative report?
Yeah. Of those that vote no, what would be the report of those that vote no? Yeah, that's correct. Does that clarify, or do you?
That was not my understanding when we met with the clerks, my understanding was we didn't all have to be recorded on a vote on a particular report position, that these could be, as we've discussed, fleshed out, and that we could vote for a different position if we wish to. It's not that I want to vote against one. I want to vote for a position for the governor.
Correct.
And that was my understanding of being with the clerk, but you, of course, may have a different.
We're just voting on the motion. That is all. This is not a committee vote. It's the vote on the motion to conform fully after Part B to this package. It is just part of the process of getting the report to AFA.
So Representative Perry and then Senator Daughtry. Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Oh, thank you. So in preparation for this, I went back and read the report back to the Appropriations Committee 2 years ago on the budget implications. I mean, what we're doing, am I right? We're writing a letter. I mean, we're just trying, this is a hell of a process we've gone through, but we're just trying to decide what we're including in a letter back to appropriations. And I want to support a portion of the letter that says we support the governor's motion. I mean, it's not a bill. It's a letter. We're writing a letter. We're just trying to figure out what's in it.
Well, yeah, I mean, so Representative Kryzak made a motion to basically support a certain set of recommendations, which he was clear on what they are. So when we vote, it'll be those that support those recommendations, and then those that support other recommendations can state what those recommendations are. Go ahead, Senator Daughtry.
I was just going to clarify, which I think has been that we're voting against the motion on the floor, not the other way. So,
yeah, Representative Carmichael.
Okay, thank you. So this is going to be one letter with possibly 3 different positions in the letter, like a majority position, a minority position, and another minority position.
Yeah, it sounds like there'll be 3 positions. That's correct.
Okay.
And
Right.
those that are on, I mean, those that are in favor of the positions can certainly talk with Julie. I think she wanted to, stuff within 24 hours so she can draft the letter. So, we can certainly state the positions here, but then work with Julie on any particular language you want to use that backs up the position, I guess, is what we'd ask for. That's standard procedure in committees with letters, to work with the analyst on what kind of language you'd like to use in the letter, and then she'll run it by you and make sure you're okay with it before it gets sent back to AFA.
So we'll be able to have an individual portion of that letter, like why we voted the way we voted.
Sure. Yeah, there'd be a letter that says that, 5 members of the committee voted for this recommendation, and list a few, things that they want to see. And then, 6 or 7 members vote for another position, and, what it is they wanted to see. And it'll be one letter that outlines the different positions that committee members voted on, and what they want to see reflected in a supplemental budget.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sachs.
So is the intention of the chair after this vote is strictly about conformity? It's not about parts G, H, I, et cetera, that don't have anything to do with conformity. Is it the intention of the chair to go back and revisit those that were not addressed? So say this one does not get a majority. There may be another proposal, it sounds like, perhaps to have do the governors, but then we still don't know where the full committee rests for those particular sections. I'm just pointing that out. I can't support this motion because it's not talking about the full thing. So
Yeah,
I'm not going to support the motion as written.
Sure. I mean, anything that's not part of Representative Krajic's motion, we would go back to and take up and decide what we want to do. That's correct. Representative Carmichael, do you have anything additional?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. So is there any other discussion from the committee? Everybody clear on what we're doing? So we have a motion by Representative Krajic to support a certain set of recommendations, which he's reiterated, so everybody should know what those are. And without any further questions, I guess we'll now vote for those in favor of that set of recommendations. Would vote yes, and those that want another recommendation would vote no, and then we will find out from those that voted no what their recommendation is. Does that make sense, Representative Terry? Okay. Did you have another question, Representative Carmichael? Or are you all set? Okay. So I guess we're ready to vote. So all those in favor of the recommendations that Representative Krajic has put forward, vote and signify by raising your hand using the reactions button at the bottom of your screen. And please turn on your video so Avery can see you when you vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Pouliot, are you with us?
I think he.
Okay.
Okay, he is here. Yep. Go ahead.
All right. So I have Rep. Carmichael, Rep. Krajic, Rep. Bickford. Senator Pouliot, did you come on to vote yes?
You're muted.
You're muted.
We can't hear you.
I'm voting in favor of Representative Krajic's motion.
Thank you. Okay, I'm all set.
Well, so it looks like there's 4 in favor of that set of recommendations. What would be, you want to speak, Senator Daughtry, on what you've put forward or what you put forward earlier in terms of a recommendation to see if other members are on board with that?
Absolutely. What I would like to report back is to accept the governor's new amendments on portions V and W and I, as just detailed by Mr. Allen, and as well as accept the additional positions as proposed in the original package.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Representative Krajic.
Yeah, I didn't hear you do a no vote on my motion. You said who voted yes, but you didn't ask who was voting no?
Well, go ahead, Representative Terry, do you have something?
It's just the report part of it.
So there were 4 members that voted in favor of your set of recommendations, Representative Krajic. So now we're trying to find out what the other members of the committee are supporting for a letter report back on this to the AFA committee.
Right, but
we couldn't hear you, Representative Krajic.
I'm sorry, shouldn't there be a vote from yes and no on my motion?
No, not for a report.
Not on a letter. I mean, we're finding out where people are for recommend. I mean, we're going around and around on process, you guys. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit frustrated, but 4 members voted for your set of recommendations. So obviously the other members are not voting for that set of recommendations because they didn't raise their hand. So we're asking them where they stand on what the recommendation is they want to support for the letter that goes back to AFA. And Senator Daughtry stated what the recommendations are that she's put forward. So now we're going to ask members who support that set of recommendations to raise their hands. And if there's anybody that hasn't voted for any recommendations, they'll then state what their recommendation is and raise their hands. Okay. Is everybody clear?
Okay.
Great.
So can I give you the minority report before we go on?
We heard what your recommendations were earlier, and I believe that our analyst has those, or the one who's filling in for Julie has that down and we're clear on what those recommendations were, and 4 people voted for them. Okay. I mean, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I just want to make sure that I just wanted to make sure that my motion was the minority report. And there was one other thing I wanted to ask, if it's possible, to get a list of the over 200 business owners from, I'd like to know who those businesses were.
Sorry, you're cutting in and out, Representative Krajicek. Can you state that again?
Yeah, I'd like to see if it's possible to get a list of all the businesses that will be affected by the governor's proposal.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's something that, that's not part of what we're taking up right now. I don't see that as part of what we're taking up. So we've got 4 people that voted for recommendations that Representative Krajicek put forward. We've now got some recommendations that Senator Daltrey put forward. Is there any
Mr.
discussion
Chair?
on those recommendations? Go ahead, Representative Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one more issue with process, and that is everything we've moved in or out so far has had an affirmative and a negative vote. And this is the first time since we've been dealing with the supplemental budget that you have not asked for a no vote. So my question is, can we do a no vote? And if not, please explain why the process is changing.
So what happened on the other recommendations, if my recollection is correct, is that everybody voted the same way. So everybody voted for the recommendation. There was no people that didn't vote for it. Everybody that was here voted for it. So it was unanimous, and there was no
set up like a lake in the background.
There's nothing else for anybody else to vote for. So in this case, we've had only 4 people vote for the recommendations Representative Krajicek put forward. So now we're hearing recommendations from others who didn't vote for that to know what their report in the letter is going to be back to AFA.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Great. So Senator Daltrey's put forward a set of recommendations. Is there any further discussion on what she's put forward or any clarifying questions from anybody? Senator Daltrey, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say, aren't these, just for clarification, sort of building off of what Representative Bickford was asking, these are technically straw votes because it's a report back, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what they are. Exactly. I mean, this is not like voting on a bill where you say all those opposed, all those in favor and raise hands. No, we're voting. People are telling us what their positions are to go in a letter. So great. So I don't see any other Senator Perry, Representative Perry. You're muted, Representative Perry. Go ahead.
I'll be supporting this motion, and for Representative Krajicek, it is easy if you Google SBA, there's a list of all 28,000 businesses will be helping with this. So if you just click on that, you can easily find it.
Sure. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Daughtry, could you just reaffirm, because there was a lot of dialogue about when you were doing your proposal, if you could just clarify one more time about the encompassing part of your proposal, because I believe this is encompassing the full proposal, all of the things that we've discussed today and previously, all parts of the supplemental budget in one motion.
Correct. I guess we could just have our majority report be on that specific line on the conformity portion. But I think my motion that I was trying to make initially was to accept the new amendments from the governors on portions V, W, and I as detailed by Mr. Allen, as well as accept the additional positions. So that was where I was coming from. I'm happy to make that as a motion if that would clarify it, or we can.
Nope, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you so much, Senator. I was just clarifying that it encompassed all parts of the supplemental budget proposal with the amendments as offered by the administration today. That was it. It's cleaner. It just worked for me. Thank you.
Great. Any further clarifying questions or discussion? So we're now going to take a straw vote on the recommendations put forward by Senator Daughtry. All those in favor, please raise your hand by using the reactions button at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, I have Rep. Matlack, Rep. Gramlich, Rep. Sachs, Senator Daughtry, Rep. Perry, Rep Terry, and Rep Collings.
Okay.
Okay.
So you got everything recorded, Ivory?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I would just say at this point would like to just reiterate what I said earlier. I'm not going to go back into detail, but I will be supporting everything put forward by the governor, all of the recommendations the governor's put forward on the conformity sections in the budget, everything that Senator Daltrey just went over, except the section on PPP conformity. And on that, I'm recommending that we simply do not tax any PPP loans as income, do not allow any deductions to be taken for business expenses paid for with PPP loan funds. And that any money that would have gone to that be used to help individuals and businesses across the state that are in need, most in need. So I will vote for that. We all set, Avery? Great. So that concludes the vote on those sections. I think there's some additional sections we need to maybe go back over. Is that correct, Representative Terry?
Well, I don't know.
Are there some that we haven't voted on, or are there maybe Ms. Volnick and
Yeah, I just wanted to check in with Ms. Boynick and see if she's clear with our intent for our letter to AFA, and if not, if we can answer any questions for you.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I think I'm all set. I think you've covered everything, but if Julie, I think we'll be looking back at the YouTube video from this.
Oh, great.
To see, so she can follow up, and she'll follow up with any of you if she's got some questions. But I believe you've covered everything.
We've covered everything. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was still some sections that we didn't vote on that weren't part of any of these proposals that have been brought forward, but it sounds like we may. Representative Sachs?
Yes, sir. Although I was part of the majority report, those who were on the minority report, I don't believe have stated a position about whether they wanted to join the majority report on those sections not covered by conformity, or if they wanted to add other comments in the minority report.
Representative Bickford?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just going to bring up that same point. The majority report encompassed well more than what the motion was, so it's made it hard for us. We've still got to go back through all those parts that were not part of conformity that you've just included. And we're not necessarily going to vote different than you on those. So to have it encompassed as part of an alternative motion has kind of, we've still got to vote on those items. We haven't been able to.
Are you talking about sections F, G, and I?
The ones that were not included in conformity, yes.
So Bruce, I'm sorry to interrupt.
What am I missing?
Subsequent to part B is everything else. And that was part of the motion.
Oh, okay. So Rep. Kryzak's motion included everything else?
His motion was part B and subsequent issues
relating to conformity.
Relating to conformity. That's
right.
That's
well, what about? Okay, so we're all set then.
I think so.
Okay, because I thought something got added in. I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, that was just language. That was just a little language having to do with the remote working part of it.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess I just asked Ms. Voynick, maybe you could talk with Julie and just make sure there isn't anything that somebody hasn't taken a position on. And if there's something somebody hasn't taken a position on, to let those individuals know so they can let her know what they'd like to do. I mean, I don't know that we need to take up additional committee time to try to figure that out right now. And I know Julie's not with us, so you could just, just have her go through it, ask her that, the chairs would like her to go through and just make sure nothing's been left out, that there isn't anybody that hasn't taken a position on something. And if there is, to let those individuals know. And
Yeah.
let her know within 24 hours or something like that.
Yeah, I would do that anyway. We always do that. So if Julie has any clarifying questions for any of the people on the 3 reports, she'll follow up with you and get that.
So we have a few hands up. Senator Dowtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually just, I think, going to say the exact same thing as Representative Bickford. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't leave anything out, but it seems like that's been clarified, so.
Great. And Representative Perry?
I'm assuming we'll all see this letter before we send it, so we can read through it and just make full agreement that that's what we intend, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think Julie had wanted us to know those who sponsored the different recommendations or proposals that to get any information to her within 24 hours that they'd like included in their section on the letter, so that she can put something together, and then she'll float that by you before it goes to the AFA and make sure that it's what you want. So if folks can, if Representative Kryzak and Senator Dowtry can, and myself can get additional information to Julie that she might need so that she can include it in the letter for their section on the proposals that they've brought forward. She can make sure that that's included, and we'll get a final look at the letter before it gets sent. So I don't know if we have anything else we need to do today. Representative Terry, do you think anything else we need to do, or are we all set?
Lunch would be good.
Thank you, everybody. I know it's been a tough last couple of weeks for everybody, and this is not easy stuff to understand, and certainly been a fair amount of controversy along the way with some of it. So I'm just glad that we finally got through it, and look forward to getting on to work on other issues and bills before the committee. So thank you all for your time and effort that you put into this. Much appreciated. So with that, not seeing any other hands up for anybody that wants to speak, we will adjourn the meeting of the Committee on Taxation, and we'll see all of you on Thursday.